Hello, y'all. How is it going? Oh, let me make that small. We don't need it to be big at this point in the stream because there is no current level yet. How are y'all doing? Everything sound good, look good, all that? Yeah, why wouldn't it? I guess. I see Can the Man, I see Ida is there, I see Lord Bowser and Moyako in chat. Couple of fine folks. Hell yeah. Several of whom have gotten levels in already. Though I believe there are more people than there are levels, which hey, that's perfectly good. I'll say you never have to submit a level to watch the stream and enjoy, seeing the creativity on display from the folks at home. And also me playing through those levels. You know, sometimes well, sometimes not so well. You know how it goes in general. Y'all doing good? Y'all doing good. It's the weekend. Can't complain. Hey, you know how it is when it's the weekend. You can't complain. So goes. So it goes. Just get out of here for a second. Don't have that much to say up front other than two things. First off, just real quick. The 30 minutes of a WarioWare microgame, Redeemer's Choice, is in play. That is the channel point thing that follows up from the last one, which was 30 minutes of shield surfing. This one's a little more expensive because, really, whoever redeems this, they have the choice to make me play any micro game from WarioWare 1 of their choice. So they could pick one that is just like brain-numbingly dull or just like not nice in a variety of ways. And as a result, it is more expensive than any previous one of these 30-minute incentives. I also do think it's the last of these 30-minute incentives, as streams these days, my streams these days tend to be more focused and have less room to just switch games willy-nilly. Previously with when I started streaming for the first year or so, right? Most of it, right? The idea was that there were a lot more streams that had multiple things going on, right? Like I would do a bunch of making, a bunch of viewer levels, and then I would switch over and do some of a Let's Play, and I would pair those up. Nowadays, I tend to focus on one thing per stream, so switching in the middle of it to 30 minutes of something inane as a joke, as a channel point redemption, doesn't really fit as well. Especially because, all the VODs are now uploaded, and whenever, just imagine if next Monday's VOD, which will be the finale of StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty. Just imagine if that had 30 minutes of the worst WarioWare microgame imaginable. To that end, I'm going to say, for this redemption, I'm going to specifically look to have it happen during, certain streams. For instance, that StarCraft 2 stream on Monday, not going to have it enabled, because I kind of just want that to be a part of a Let's Play, and that's it. No 30-minute diversion during that. Whereas, during these such streams, I do 50 of these a year. Basically, 50 viewer level streams a year. One of them can have WarioWare in it. I think that's fine. So, going forward, you can redeem that if you have a really good idea for a micro game for me to play. Save up the channel points on the Twitch, and you can make me play it. And, yeah, I'm gonna try to make sure that I'm always keeping that on or off based on whether I think it's appropriate for the stream. Probably gonna mostly make it so that it's in, these Friday streams, I would reckon. That would be the best time to redeem it. The other thing I wanted to say before we began is thank you, Ababox, for the follow. Followed after the raid on his channel yesterday. And also, I was trying to think of the guy what is like Ababox, the guy who I found Ababox through. Windbag. Windbag is that guy. Very, very high production value streamer Windbag. He's just like constantly saying things and having weird effects go off. It's a pretty amazing thing to watch. Windbag is that fella's name, and you know, I realized actually after the stream that like, oh shit, I'm not following him. I need to follow him. And you know, hey, he does like Thursday night streams. Maybe one point we'll raid into him as well. Windbag, good dude. Anyway, before we begin, I'm just going to show off the level. The first half of the level is basically unchanged since last week, which that isn't to say that it's not progress, just that I think it's pretty much done. Well, it might have changed in a couple of minor ways, but you know, it's pretty much I'm pretty happy with it as is. So, you know, you go up here, there's a tiny on-foot section, and then you can fly. I have it so that if you want to get that coin, you have to lure the guys around, and that gets a bit screwy, but I think in a fun way. Another power up there. With this section, I wanted to make a cool, fun section around the regular-ass clown car, and also make a good amount of gameplay out of just, like, doing things such as jumping out of the clown car. And though you don't have that much call to do it, you know, like maybe 1 or 2 instances, I think I did a good job, and I think it came out really well. That's very fun, which is good. Anyway, here's the second part. I have been working on this a little bit. I think that part's pretty good right there. I want to use blue rafts for like a few big moments. I'm now kind of working on like how exactly that's going to be laid out, how exactly that's going to be like tutorialized, and what exactly the challenges are going to look like. Still in very early states, but you know, making slow and steady progress. You know, making some elements here that work pretty well and feel good. And though I'm pretty sure like this will not be how it is in the end, I think I like this section here, but it probably can't be the first time you see this guy in this half of the level. You know, we need like a bunch of fire guys chasing you earlier on before you're forced to deal with them and like a spike at the same time. So, yeah, I think this feels pretty good, and, you know, that's sort of the guiding light here, I suppose. The other thing I think is that, with the amount of real estate, and also, oh yeah, I did build one more thing. I built, like, a target idea for, like, how exactly it might end. It'll be some sort of, like, maybe flying section? Question mark? Where you have to fly around a bit. I will say, I have drawn out some sketches here, basic ideas about like where it might go, how it might be structured, you know, make the entire level vertical, is what Bowser thinks. Well, Lord Bowser, let me say. First off, I do want to cut off the part where it's vertical. I do want to make it so that you're on foot for a good deal of level. Second off, there is like... Actually, there is a lot of real estate left in the vertical portion of the level. Around half. But, and I have been thinking, like, maybe, like, having this level extend further upwards, you know, into the subworld. You know, more of a continued vertical section before going back over to the overworld, but I don't want you to be on like, a clown car for that, so trying to figure out, like, if I can do a door, if a door would look good. I don't know. I tried doing some theming where it was like you know, a thing that goes into a cloud or something. Like, let me just plop something down real fast. Where's my semi-solids? There it is. Like, I could do something like this and make it look like the inside of a cloud that you're entering, but with the dots, I don't know. It doesn't look quite right to me. The dots sort of throw it off, you know. I think it'd be cool as, like, a change of pace to, like, go inside some clouds and not necessarily see any rainbows for a second. But I'm not sure. It'd be an awkward transition, perhaps. And, like, inside the cloud, what does it look like? Does it just look like, you know... Does it just look like a screen-wide white void like that? Is this what the inside of a cloud looks like to you? I don't know. I don't imagine clouds having blue spots in them. I'll say that. Ideas are still mulling over. I'm still mulling over ideas in my head. A lot of potential things going around. Stuff to figure out, to be determined. I'll say, like, you know, there's a lot of games coming out right now. I will say, I currently am not sure this will be done by the end of the year, like the whole Super World, but it'll be done when it's done, and it'll be very good when it's done. I got other things going on. I want to move. Other things are happening in my life, you know, that I'm not gonna talk about necessarily. I know, I talk about all the things in my life. Not everything. Things are a little hectic right now with all the things that I can be doing, and, you know, I'm happy at least that the first half is done and is really good. Because the second half is such a pivot, it's turning out to be less like natural to just like pump it right out right fast, but it'll get there. It'll get there in time, I am sure. Also, I guess there could be a bunch of ripsaws in the clouds. Maybe. That wouldn't be bad. Probably not at this point. Super World will be done. Your Super World will be done in 2023. You play at you make it a really good pace, Bowser. So yeah, I believe that. I gotta... 1 second, I just realized that I left my mouse at my desk. It's always something, isn't it? We'll be starting the viewer level part of the stream in a second. Let me get my mouse, though. 1 second. Okay. It is time now for the viewer levels. Proper style. That's nice. You're almost done with the second world of your Super World, Ida. That's, yeah. It's hell of a thing to make a Super World, I will say. I'm, you know, just 4 levels away, or 3 levels away? No, 4 levels away, including this one. 3.5. So, that's, hey, you know, I'm getting there. It'll be done when it's done. When all the ideas come together and I have time to flesh them out and make it polished and really just knock it out of the park, you know? Viewer levels proper. During this part of the stream, I take your levels and I play them, as you might be able to ascertain. And actually everyone here has been here before, so they'll know how it works. For those who, you know, if anyone here hasn't been here, and for the benefit of people watching the VOD later on, which, you know, those YouTube videos get a number of views, it's not no one. For those watching later, whatever, let me tell you how it works. If you are here when your level comes up, I give it the full time of day, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints. So, you know, that's my little compromise between playing more levels and prioritizing the levels of people who are present. Easy. Simple. Good. Yes. Taking a drink. Oh, yeah. Lord Bowser is up first. Lord Bowser is here. Lord Bowser is good. Let's go ahead and play this level, which, new level, Bowser? This is one of your new ones. Bowser tends to put out, like, 1 or 2 levels a week. And usually wants me to play it. You know, as you do. I've played like the rest of his, so he's been pulling some maker codes and some super worlds from elsewhere outside of the new ones he's built. Roy's Space Station. Starbright Galaxy Castle, defeat Roy. Playtest version. Cool. Let's go. putting up a 15-minute timer. And I will say, by the way, as in any other stream, I will have a number of cards pull throughout the stream that I will, I will pull and talk about what's on them. Those wondering, like, what in the hell that means, did you see the part at the start where I pulled cards and talked about what is on them? The two like bits of like preamble back there. It's like that. Basically, the idea is that these are things that I am meaning to talk about, and I make a card to make it so that I don't have to remember things. And also, I think it's pretty fun to pull one up and tangent wildly, or to whatever is on the card. It's not random. I put them in order, so it'll mostly be natural progression of things to talk about that I want to. This is a nice little water level. Nothing really fancy here, Lord Bowser. It is good to avoid all these obstacles, and I will say I think that the Potobos and the fire bars work pretty well in a obstacle course. Obstacle courses. They're all obstacle courses, I guess. Works really well in a swimming level where you're just mostly trying to maneuver around and avoid the static defenses. Like, that all just feels very intuitive, turns out. Considering that it's already, like, the basic gameplay is just moving in 2D space, freely, right? So making it a little bit of a bullet hell adjacent type thing. I suppose you're not flying. Bullet hell, I probably would more involve flight. That's right, it is your level. One thing that occurred to me baking-wise the other day, and I mentioned this on the Discord in the workshop channel, wherein the idea of that channel is that people can share, like, what's going on with their making process. I had an idea about an upcoming level. What was that idea? Oh yeah, the idea is that I wanted to do a level with some on-off business. It's been a while since I did a level with, like, some serious on-off bullshit where, like, you go to a place, you switch it on-off, and the on-off determines, like, the way forward you can go. And one of the levels that's coming up is going to be a dark level with some, a dark ship, basically, I guess. And I think, like, some on-off bullshit would work well there. And you could even do some stuff where, like, I was thinking some stuff where, like, let's say, turn the lights, where, like, the on-off also determines the lights, right? Where, like, on the way in, the lights are off. Or, sorry, they're on the way in. And then, you hit it on-off, the lights now deactivate, there's no more lights. I don't know how quite I would do that, but I think it's manageable, probably. And then you'd have to go back without any lights and, use your memory and shit. I think that'd be a pretty good way to do a on-off type, or a dark level. Maybe you invert that later on, you have it so the lights come on midway through a room or something. Or you have to switch them on and then I'll back off before you leave. For some reason, to be determined, I guess, how exactly that works. Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. I'm gonna hit complete. That is complete. I'm gonna hit next. Moyako is up next. Moyako, go ahead and confirm. You know how it works. Let me at Moyako. Make sure Moyako is good for it. Moyako, you are up. Okay. More Mythra World because that's the levels, all the level you have for today. Gotcha, Lord Bowser. I'm gonna do a card. I did some boat stuff on Saturday. Last weekend, I went out to a lake with my brother-in-law and my sister and my parents, and also a friend of my sister's. So it was a big, Labor Day weekend boat outing. We went out on like a lake and hung out, swam, and also I got dragged behind a boat. In fact, I can show some pictures. Look at this. There was what the boat looked like, sort of a skiff, big enough for skiff pontoon. I don't know what it's called, but it was big enough for like all like 8 adults and 1 kid, which was my sister's friend's kid. Was beautiful water-wise. Again, look at that beautiful water. A little green and mossy, but still not bad. You like to look at it all the same. We stopped near this like shoal and swam in the water for a bit. It wasn't that deep over there. It was like just shallow enough where if you like without submerging, you could like reach down with your feet and touch the ground, kinda. And it was novel to be like, oh, it's kind of sandy, or it's kind of silty, whatever the fuck. And get a feel of that. Moyako, by the way, is still waiting on Moyako. And then later got up this like tube thing, and I got dragged behind it. Also, my dad got dragged behind it. It was a bit of fun. It was a real bit of fun. Really just intense, but also not so much that you would just like the thing would flip or that you would be thrown off. Just like intense and fun, and kind of makes your hands hurt because like grip strength, Turns out grip strength is a real thing in real life, and by the end of both of my rides, my hands were just like pure red. Granted, my hands get red pretty easily. If I just were to put my hand on my controller like this for long enough, I bet I could make a reasonably red mark. In fact, I kind of did if you look closely enough, just doing this right now, holding it for a second. Kinda. It's noticeably red. But seriously though, it was intense and fun, and hell of a good time. I don't think I would do it every weekend or something. Moyako is here, fantastic, but it was really good for this one occasion, and had a great time. And also on the way out, again, it was a beautiful lake. Not being like a super major lake, I guess, but like one of our local lakes, which I guess exist. It was nice, and I saw a bird on the way out. Look at that. Nice bird. Anyway, boat stuff. Fun. Moyako is here. Let's go ahead and start the timer and get it going. So this seems to be some sort of puzzle level, I want to say. I see how this works. You gotta hit the POWs, and then survive, sort of. Follow the indicators. Okay, I see how this works. Very good. So anyway, it was a very, very nice outing. I had a great time. My brother-in-law, he's joined like a boating club where it's like a rental thing, right? He's not owning a boat or anything. He just like pays a monthly fee and then can access a boat like whenever it's available, sort of. Which hey, I'll say that sounds like a good way to do a boat, considering how expensive boats are. But also, I don't think I would. I gotta imagine you get bored of that pretty fast, just like going out on a boat every week. Especially if you're not on the ocean, like, we're in Dallas-Fort Worth, DFW. The most lake we have is like South Lake, and that lake ain't much of a lake, it's not on If you looked at a map of the world, you wouldn't see it, right? Because like, it's so small. You can always see the shores at any time. You know, there's no getting away from the fact that you're inland. You know, if you lived in Austin, or not Austin, sorry, if you lived in Houston or like any coastal city, I would say like, yeah, that makes sense. Or like a Great Lakes area. Like, you can really go some places in that sort of place. But here, you can go into, like, the open part, which is kind of just, like, a relatively small open part. Or you can go into, like, any of the small little insulets where, you know, the little things that are poking out. I'm not gonna say which specific lake it was, but, you know, it had a bunch of little bits poking out, you know, as they do. I feel like a big part of the appeal of going out in a boat is going into like open water, but I don't know. It was fun to be dragged around, regardless, I guess, of how much room there was. I guess the room was a factor actually, because if there had been more room, more speed could have been achieved. I'll say for this ride, mostly. Brother-in-law was just going in circles. I think because if he really cranked it to full speed, you know, there wouldn't be room to do much of anything, you know? Which is, kind of a damn shame. I'll say I like that R being there. I am always a fan of using R and L to indicate a shell jump or something of the sort, you know, or, you know, releasing your dude. I guess the reason is because I'm a little bit traditionalist at heart. That's a weird thing to say, maybe, but what I mean is that Donkey Kong Country was on the SNES. Super Mario World was on the SNES. They didn't have... Those games didn't have Z buttons, you know? So you'd never see a Z in them. I guess also Super Mario World didn't use R for its spin jump and for exiting vehicles. You know, that was like Super Mario World GBA that introduced that. And also maybe like the DKC games. DKC games did that as well, I think. Is that the case? No, I think it was A to dismount in DKC. And then the triggers, like R was for like super moves, like Ellie's water and like Rambi's charge. Those were what R and L was for, the DKCs. Still, whenever they wanted to do an R and an L, they would type out, they would put a coin with an R and an L in it. That's my preference of how to do things. Perhaps it's old-fashioned, I don't know. Anyway, real good boat day. I would have to imagine he gets bored of it, but hey, you know. You want to be a boat guy? Be a boat guy, you know? That's, there are worse things to be, I guess. Worse things to be is a weird way to put it. There's more expensive hobbies to have. I say that, as I say that, I think to myself, like, are there? Having a boat is a pretty expensive hobby. Even renting a boat, pretty expensive on a monthly basis. You know? World travel is usually a more expensive hobby, I guess. Like, if you want to be traveling all the time. Usually. I'll say, like, my brother-in-law and my sister are a weird exception to that, in that they, my brother-in-law works for an airline, so he can fly standby for free, so not so expensive for him. And in fact, they very much like to travel. One of the things that brought them together, you know? Whoopsie daisy. I got more cards. How about another card? Hey, Squink, how's it going? I finished rewatching The Sopranos. The other day, earlier this week, I finished rewatching The Sopranos finally. Took me like a couple of weeks there, or like 2 or 3, I don't know. I really felt like I went through at a really fast pace. You know, watching multiple episodes a day, sometimes. Good shit. Really love the entirety of that series, even though I think there are some weaker episodes in there, like, if I had to say the weakest episode, I would say the test stream. Even in episodes like that, there are bits that, like, maybe not in the test stream. In most episodes that are not very good, there are still bits and stuff that I think work really well and are great, you know? And even the and also I like a lot of the episodes that a lot of people don't like Christopher and the episode where, the Luxury Lounge episode. I really like that one. That one's a good one to me. Don't know why people don't like it. It's fun. I think it's fun to have an episode that's like a weird tangent in Sopranos. That said, I do think, having finished Sopranos, it's very much unlike a current day, like, final episode, right? In that it's just kind of another episode, you know? Like, there are plot threads. They're just, like, random and like, normal in the final episode that you wouldn't expect to be in the final episode of such a beloved series. Like, there's a whole plot thread in that final episode about Paulie and a fucking cat. Paulie not liking a cat very much, which is a funny plot, a funny subplot, but, like, in the final episode ever, you're spending time on Paulie being weird, a weirdo with a cat? That's like if in Breaking Bad, there was a subplot about Walter Jr., like, being beat up at school in the final episode. And you'd wonder, like, wait, this is in the final episode? Not the, like, final episode just of a random season, but the final one ever? You had room for that? And, they really do. It really wasn't made like that, I guess, you know? For as serial as Sopranos often is, like, the final episode is very episodic. You know, the final arc is very episodic. You know, there's just, hey, you know, some stuff boils over with New York, and then there's, like, a couple of hits. And that's the extent of the war. They hide for, like, a scene or two, and then, pretty much like a scene or two later, they're out in the open, and it's no big deal. You know, it's just like, okay, you know, I remembered, as like, going back, right? I remembered, like, the war with New York being, like, a big thing. You know, being, like, any final arc in any big show. Last time I watched, I was surprised to find out, like, oh, it's actually not a big thing at all. Basically, just the last 2 episodes. And I was surprised again this time to realize, like, it's not just the last 2 episodes. It's like 10% of the last 2 episodes, actually. Like, the episode doesn't even really focus on it. It's just a remarkably small part, as if they were like, yeah, we gotta get this out of the way. Yes, we're gonna kill some more characters. Yes, there's gonna be a final boiling over of tension. And, now that that's done, thank you, good night, let's end it. I don't know, I guess they had things to say as far as, like, what Sopranos represented and what it all meant. You know, there's a whole conversation to be had about The Sopranos basically going about, like, you know, these things don't end, they just keep going. But also, we did kill a bunch of people off at the end because, you know, because we don't have any more episodes to do, so we can just do that, so, you know, they're kind of having it both ways, right? They're saying, like, yes, this is an ending. We're ending this. We're killing off a bunch of characters who were previously sacrosanct, and, you know, there's not going to be any more, but also, this episode isn't going to be done any differently from any other episode. Weird. And I have to say, like, even as much as I like the stuff with, like, Paulie and the cat and shit, I do think the last episode is one of the weaker episodes in the show. Even without considering the ending, you know? And even though it has, like, some of my favorite bits, like, I love the bit where Phil, you know, I love that resolution. I love, I love a lot of the little bits. But overall, it just, isn't that satisfying. I'll say another thing about the final arc, which I think is, like, not great, which is that I don't really like how Dr. Melfi's plot ended, with her, like, once again getting cold feet about you know, about Tony, and calling it off because, like, apparently psychological studies show the psychopaths cannot be cured of psychopathy with talk therapy, which, okay, sure, makes sense. That said, she was not being employed to help him deal with being a psychopath. That was never the issue. The main issue was the panic attacks and the problems with his mother, which are only tangentially related with him being a murderer. So, jot that down, Dr. Melfi. Your case is slightly different in that the psychopathy is not an issue. You know, Tony doesn't care if he kills people, or the amount of people he hurts. That's not a concern of his. And, you know, who are you to judge a man for killing people as a profession? I feel like, you know, I feel like this. If the show had gone on, I bet you Dr. Melfi would have gotten back with Tony Soprano after, like, another season. You know, after another season shift, they would have done what they did before and just been like, you know, hey, the show is about a mobster in therapy. We can't have him be out of therapy for plot reasons. We gotta get the band back together. That's critically important here. If he can't, like, therapeute, you know, the whole hook of the show is, lost a little bit. Anyway, really thoroughly enjoyed that rewatch. Fun level, by the way. Fuck. Really thoroughly enjoyed that rewatch. It was a damn good time and was nice to have, like, a Western show to rewatch, such that I could, like, you know, do stuff while watching it, like Marvel Snap, Mario Maker, podcast games. You know, that is just universally always very convenient to have. Going into last tries, let's do it. 5 last tries here, and we will have to move on. You know how we do. Fuck. In that case, having the hover with me sort of screwed me up there. Ooh. 4 tries. That's gonna be one of them. Anyway. Three more lives. If I had to put, like, a tier list together of the seasons, I would say, like, season 3 for me has to be, like, S tier. I think season 2 is also S tier. I think that season 1 is a solid A. I don't think I love season 1 as much as most people. I just had the feeling of it being a generally incomplete show at that point. You know, the fact that Paulie is not there being a weirdo, I think, really makes it so that it's you know, it can't be higher than an A. You need episodes like Pine Barrens and Commendatori to become S tier for me. Also in A, I would put season 4, I think. I would have to think. Season 4 is like borderline between A and S for me. What's the ending arc of season 4? Like stuff with Johnny Sack, right? Kind of blurs into the other seasons. I'm hearing some weird sounds from outside. That sucks. I'd have to say season 6, parts 1 and part 2. Probably the lowest tier of season, which would probably be like a solid B overall. They still have lots of great episodes, but they're not as good as, you know, Sopranos at its height. Season 5, I'm gonna have to say it's between a B and an A for me for season 5. I do think, like, it having a bunch of new characters is great, but you know, some of those plot lines, they just go nowhere and are kind of weird and not great. I'm gonna say A on season 5. I think season 5 is better than season 6. Either part, really. I'm hearing some weird noises outside. Annoying. There's like loud music outside a lot of times. Good thing it doesn't pick up on the mic, of course, but if you were to ask me what it sounds like, I would say it sounds like owls having very vigorous intercourse. You know, like whoo, 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 just like random whoo noises. And I just don't know what the fuck. Just like, I don't want to hear that shit. You know, I don't know how the kids get off to music that sounds like owls, you know, going at it. But, you know, whatever. More power to you. Don't listen to it at volumes where I can hear it through my windows. Fuck you. Assholes outside. I hate them. God. I hate them very much. Let's play the next level. Next level is by Ida. Ida just said, hey, Squank is here. Very good. You can play anything. Cool, cool. Put the thing down. I'm going to turn up the volume on my headphones because I don't want to hear. As few hoots as possible would be good. Let me do another card. I'm not sure what to rewatch next. Now that I've finished with the series, I could rewatch the movie, which was not very good. Many Saints of New York. I think we're doing the Superworld. Let's continue on with the Superworld. Many Saints of New York was not very good, so, you know, I would rather maybe not rewatch it, but I don't know. It's kind of the next thing. I have thought about doing Breaking Bad next, but I don't know if I'm ready to just jump into a whole huge new series. Alright, what the fuck was this level's deal? I'm gonna put up a 15 minutes timer. Yeah, this is weird. I don't know how we do this. Let's try all these doors. This one is your bad Superworld? That's right. You're working on a new one that's better. True, I've heard that, yeah. The Superworld is bad. I guess maybe next time we'll, focus on, like, some good stuff. If you want to give me hints, that would be fun. Hey. Breaking Bad, definitely on the docket as far as things I could rewatch. I also have considered rewatching some, like, Ghibli films, which I haven't done in a while. That'll be fun. Maybe I'll start doing that now. The only thing is that I would typically probably rewatch them, like, subtitled, you know, by default. And that makes it so I can't really do, like, Mario Maker while I, you know, during, in other words. The arrows are the Konami code. Well, all the doors are incorrect, so... So do we just have to land on that? Like, on top, really precisely? Yes! Okay, good. Ooh. You feel like Super Mario Brothers' new Super Bowser Jr. Super World was bad because of the way I designed my new Super Luigi U levels. Can't wait to replace it. I like that Super World. Hey, you know, I like new U Luigi type levels. Nice, short and sweet, son of bitches, you know? Aim for a level. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And I'll hit next. And can the man confirm that Can the Man is here? That is the question we are all asking ourselves. You are up. I've also not, like, really locked down, like, that I really want or need to rewatch something just right away. You know, like, there's a lot of games right now to play. There's a lot of stuff to consume. Maybe I should instead focus on playing, like, new video games and all that, rather than jump into a new rewatch right the fuck away, you know? Hello, Turkatron. Turkatron? How you doing? Thank you for the level. Can the Man is up. I've added Can the Man, but while I'm typing in the code and waiting to see if Can the Man is here, just do another card. Been watching, rewatching, ReZero, finished season 1 and the OVAs, which were like added to season 1 after the fact and sort of like supplement its arcs, sort of. I thought both of them were both the OVAs and the main series of season 1 are phenomenal. Great shows, you know. I've described the show's previous streams because I've been rewatching it, you know, since for like a week or two now. But basically, it's an isekai, you know, where someone get reincarnated into a fantasy world, and the gimmick, the conceit is that the main character can he sort of has a Groundhog's Day situation. Every time he dies, he goes back in time, and he has to figure out like how to get through some really perilous situations without dying, through like, you know, figuring out who's going to be where, how to get certain people on his side so that, you know, grim fates do not befall, you know, those he cares about and himself, and, you know, all sorts of good ass drama. And I'll say, like, Jesus, some of the death scenes, you know, the scenes where he realizes that his time is up, I don't see Can the Man. I'm going to put you into sudden death. If you are here, Can the Man, do speak up, and we will give you a 15-minute timer as we do. Some of the scenes of death are, like, incredibly striking. What the fuck? That's weird. This like a glitch exposition thing? That is highly unusual. Skip ground. You can't only skip on this ground. Barely jump. But you can jump off this area. Cool. Okay. I'll say Mr. Elliott has always been cool with the glitchy levels. Gotcha. Dang it. That's one life. Anyway, so some of the deaths are like incredibly, hey Brody, how's it going? Are incredibly like cinematic. Like I think of one in particular in ReZero in the first season where, God, I don't even want to say it, but like there's just a whole shot, a static shot of the main character dying slowly against like a still frame as snow piles up upon his corpse, and the credits just roll over that, and it's like beautiful. You had to do dishes? Perfect. Hey, no problem. Oh, hey, the on-off turns off the effect. That's cool. That's neat. It's no problem, Candle Man. You don't have to worry. Best one is the Twister Matt joke. Trying to pick a level there. What are you looking to play today? Platformer exploration, or other bullshit? Pombo Face. Hey, I'll take a traditional level to start. A traditional platformer level sounds like a nice thing. If you want to do something hard, actually, now is a great time to do it before we get to the lightning round. I'll say that. I'll say that now. What is the lightning round? Y'all will see later, if y'all don't know. You don't have to worry. Anyway, got into Season 2 of ReZero, which I'll say is like making me... is like encouraging me to like watch a lot of really quickly, right? And like keep on trucking because, you know, there's some amazing things that happen in like the back half of Season 2, right, of ReZero, where like there are huge reveals, amazing developments, and just really incredible bullshit. But also, you know, it's kind of disappointing relatively that the second season is basically just one big ginormous arc. You know, whereas the first season, its 24 episodes, had like 4 arcs, kind of. Maybe more like 3, with one having a two-part arc that is kind of just one arc altogether. The second season is just like one big 24-episode arc, which does mean that it takes a while to set things up and get things in motion, and it's kind of like watching someone play like The Forgotten City, and you know, they run into a character that says like, hey, I can tell you some really interesting lore stuff right now, and they say like, oh no, I want to do this side quest first. I want to do this main quest first before I get into this lore bullshit. And you're just sitting there going like, man, I wanted to see the lore cutscene. I wanted to see the lore. I wanted a lore dump right now, because this lore seems very important, actually. You were just saying like 10 minutes ago you really wanted some lore. So get the lore then. But, you know, I do appreciate how much the second season just is things are constantly going sideways in new ways, which is very cool. The process in ReZero of the character dying and, you know, having to figure out, like, how to... and learning lessons and eventually not dying is always great. And, I will say, like, in Season 2, probably the best episode is the 4th episode where, like, the show has, like, a flashback bit. Thank you for the level. It completes. It was very good, by the way. Has a flashback bit where the main character deals with the fact that he will never see his parents again. And it's fucking beautiful. It's fucking fun. Turkatron, thank you for the follow. And, you know, his parents turn out to be amazing, incredible characters. Some of the best in the show. And you only see them once. And it's amazing how much they didn't skimp on, like, making his dad the coolest character you've ever seen. And making his mom, like, a little bit impish and a little bit mischievous. In, like, how she deals with her son. You know? I almost look at the mom also and think, like, her face kind of looks a little bit like the main love interest in the shows. And think, like, there's some edifician thing going on here. And I think of Tony Soprano saying, is everything about everybody really about their mothers? Anyway. That's... Lord Bowser is up, very good. Thank you for confirming. I didn't even... yeah, good looking out. Also, I remember you were here. Anyway, ReZero, fantastic. I'm having a great time. I am watching too many episodes a night right now. I think like Thursday, and I think like Wednesday night I watched like the special and then a couple episodes of... I watched the finale of Season 1, the second OVA, which I'll say both OVAs are very good in their own different ways. One is very much a slice of life thing. The other, a more somber, serious thing. Both extremely good. And then, like, a couple episodes of Season 2. So, watching a lot of that these days, and, I'm sure I'll be through it, like, before too long. Even as like, long as Season 2 is, you know, 24 episodes, like I said. All told, it's in, like, 2 parts. At the time, they were separated by, like, a season, you know, as split seasons do. But now you can just watch them all back to back, which should be, a bit of fun. Love that show. Love that show. I did like a top whatever of like my anime of all time, and I stand by ReZero being in the top 25. Absolutely, that was the right choice. I think it's my favorite isekai. Just for pure moments of emotional catharsis, cute bullshit mixed in, and just like the most cruel, horrific scenes of like, oh, this timeline sucks. Everyone dies in this timeline, you know. Everyone dies in this timeline, and try again, fucker. Everyone dies in this timeline. Also, everyone hates you in this timeline. Do better next time, asshole. Scenes of that are just like work really well in ReZero. Damn good. Damn good. Don't hit the P switch. Not always gonna have an easy way out. What the hell?
Oh no!
What happened there? Did I step on a P switch? I swear to you, I don't think I stepped on the P switch. I think I was not on. You don't hut the P switch? You don't hut the P switch. What the fuck does that mean? I think you misspoke. I think I can cheese this now that I did that thing. I mean, I guess maybe it's not cheese so much as it is just, intentional. You know? I mean, hey, there's a 10 coin over here. Oh, it's just a 10 coin. It's not like a shortcut as well. Pretty nicely hidden thing, either way. I like... Ah!
Oh no!
No problem. You always have... I understand having to do the dishes. I'm just saying, you know, I gotta always confirm that a person is here. You know, prioritize the people who are ready to go when their level comes up.
Oh no!
Pretty standard thing as far as, like, Mario Maker viewer level streamers go. I am pretty generous insofar as I played the level at all. You know, a lot of viewer level streamers won't do that if you're not here. You know? I just think it's more fun to play. Oh, I see the problem. This guy, he stepped on the switch, didn't he? That's it, isn't it? I see now. Sometimes the enemies can trigger the switch to go off. We gotta jump when this goes off. Okay, good. We can still do it. That's a pretty fun. This is a pretty fun level. Three. Is it countdown? We could have gotten a secret if we had ground pounded, but I didn't want to risk it, you know? Good shit, Lord Bowser. Enjoyed that level from, what guy who did the Super World that you submitted? Very nice. I'm gonna pull down the timer. I'm gonna hit, end timer. I'm gonna hit complete, and I'm gonna hit next. Very good. Up next is Squink, who just did GG. Already here. Very good. Another card. Been watching the Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. I just wanted to talk about this series a bit because it's had some rough issues as far as production goes, you know, and it's kind of a bummer considering I do think it's one of the best things on this season. If you held a gun to my head, I might say, like, yeah, it's probably, like, top 3, for sure, this season, Zom 100, which is a show about a zombie apocalypse, but sort of, like, contrasted against the drudgery of having a really, really oppressive job, you know, compared to working at a bad company. You know, a zombie apocalypse is actually quite present. Yes, it has gone on hold a bit. It's missed like 2 or 3 episodes so far. Oh shit, this is music. It's missed 2 or 3 episodes so far, Pombo Face, and also the last 2 episodes are going to be like indefinitely delayed. They don't have a date when they expect those levels to go, those episodes to go up. And also, the next episode is gonna be like 2 weeks away. Because, yeah, still everything is fucked. Now, I'll say, it's important to, not overwork yourself, you know? Especially considering the show is about, like, the start of the show is like, oh, it sucks to work at a black company where everyone is just, crunching. That's a term, by the way, in Japanese. They call a company that has, like, really bad workplace conditions a black company. They don't mean African American. Don't misconstrue. An exploitative company, let's say. That's how maybe you would translate it into English. If you were to translate it into English. Anyway, they probably don't want to crunch. It's probably best that they don't, like, crunch to death, considering that this show is supposed to be about, you know, how that sucks. Crunching to death. Jujutsu has to pause for a few weeks. I think Jujutsu was a special case, because the first arc was separate from the second arc. And, but I will say, yeah, a lot of anime this season have been missing weeks, have been pushing things forward. It's unfortunate that, like, Zom 100 seems to be the worst affected, considering it's, like, probably the best one. This level seems pretty sweet, by the way. I love the, how the music is working out. It sounds great, and, you know, makes me think of the Mario Kart music, which it is based on. Sounds great, you know, hey. Glorious Games contest? Ah, there's a contest that someone's working on, and, this is for the Glorious Games contest, is what you're saying, Squink. Oh, it's part of the contest that you have to, like, reference a previous older game or something? Or make music from an older game? Oh, let's go to a beach. Ah, so this is, I can see that, yeah. The desert is sort of a beach. Palm trees and all. I would say it would be better if you could have hidden the, pyramid. You know, I did a beach level a while ago, and I, went to great lengths to avoid both pyramids being on screen. There's only a pyramid at the very start of the level, and I think maybe towards the end or something, but they're not that hard to hide, all things considered. I'm confused about this section. You have to have a sand stage and a water stage. And they most likely had to be beaten 20 minutes. Gotcha. Those are sand dunes? Well, I guess you could look at it like that. They're too pointy to be sand dunes, but okay, Squink, if you say so. What about the cactuses? Do beaches have cactuses? I guess I haven't been to that many beaches. Those are sandcastles. Oh, I could. That works. Hey, people make pyramid sandcastles. People do make pyramid sandcastles. They're just not as good as regular ass sandcastles. You know, they're a lot simpler. What am I doing wrong here? To finish your level? Anyway, that's Zom 100. Check out this Lakitu frame thing I cooked up. Give me a minute. Let me try for a bit longer. Grab the vine. Wait, what vine? Oh, there's a vine there. Jeez, I thought that was just aesthetics, honestly. I'm too used to levels with vines like that strictly being for aesthetics. It doesn't even fucking register to me that there's a vine. It just looked like background. Wow. You know, it was literally the Westworld. That doesn't look like anything to me. Jank? I don't know that it's jank. I'll show the Lakitu thing in a minute. Bah. 1 second, hang on. Let me. I'm gonna take the timer down for a second, and I'm gonna put up a. I'll put up like a 10-minute. Look at this. I've been working on a little thing. I had an idea the other day, and for a like video frame player thing, I've been looking to have something like that for whenever I do like clip shoutouts. Whenever I set that up, and so I realized in Mario Party 3 there's this cool like Lakitu who like holds a sign. And I thought maybe I could make that big, like a video player thing. First iteration was this, where probably too small, and also meant that if I wanted to make it really big, the head would also have to be really big. But then I iterated on a bit, and I made a bigger version where the Lakitu is still pretty dang small. And I think that would be a good like replay viewer or like clip viewer or something. And I think that'd be pretty cool. I also want to work on a thing where it like flies up from the bottom and then like comes down from the top once it's and then like come down to the eventual position before a video plays or whatever, or like a clip plays. I suppose I'll also have to make this so that it all can trigger based on like a channel point thing going off or like a chat command or something. We'll have to see, I guess, how that works. You know what? I guess this will always have to be manual somewhat, because I will have to pause to do like a clip shoutout or play a random clip or something, because it can't just happen in the middle of gameplay. That would be way too disruptive. So we'll never have it so that it's like automatic, purely automatic. So we'll have it so I hit a button, the guy appears, and then I do another button or something to make a clip shoutout happen. That seems pretty cool. I like this viewer. The only thing I do have to be concerned about is that, if I move myself around, some of my positions sort of overlap it a bit, like this one, and also this one a bit. So would have to figure out like alternate positions for those guys, but whatever, I guess. Anyway, that's an idea I have. Working on that. My intent right now for like clip shoutout stuff is to have that so that 10-minute timer should be going. Did it not go? Hang on. Can you do your level? Sure. Where the fuck's my 10-minute timer? Oh, there it is. It's just behind my thing. It's in a different spot than I was expecting. That's fine. You know what? Whatever. 10-minute timer was originally for, wasn't originally for just like this case, so it makes sense it would not be in the same place. I can do your level. Go ahead and submit it. My friend, Burrito Fun. Anyway, my plan is with the clip shoutout thing to first get caught up with present as far as clips go, and then work on making a clip shoutout thing, which I'll say I'm still pretty behind on, but now, hey, I'm one step of the way towards that. Whenever I do get it caught up, expect to see Lakitu holding the clip thing. And maybe there could be a thing that's like a random clip or clip shout out that appears like in letters above it or something that says what it is pretty clearly. Or replay if I were to implement a replay system. Y'all know what replays are? Replays, you could set it up in like OBS. You're gonna have to put a space between the ad and the code, by the way. Burrito fun. Replays are where you have it so that you can do like a button and it like plays the last minute of the stream. And I think I might be able to do that now, since I do have I am recording them locally now, these streams. So should be possible to do replays now, other than the old Bootsy fashion of you know, holding down the switch share button, you know, and doing it that way. You know, just going into the recorded videos section real fast. I think you're losing time on the Vine. So you're saying I'm dying on the Vine. Okay, yeah, let's try that. Is getting hella people tonight? Yeah, there's some folks. Hey, hey. Always a good time, viewer levels. Lots of new folks. Most streams? Always someone out there looking for their level to get played, you know? Which, hey, I'm glad. There's enough people still playing Mario Maker where you can have that, you know, and still making levels. It's a damn good creative outlet. Wow! Thank you, Burrito Fan! Thank you, Burrito Fan, for the follow. Thank you, Ida, for throwing things at me. I feel like that death might be on the both of you. Well, this death's on me. I stalled. I didn't... Yeah. I need to move faster. Ow, fuck, ow. That's right, they are Pikmin. You are 100%. You are 100% right. Those are Pikmin. There's a lot of them. You have correctly identified what they are. I think we might be done. Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, 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 okay. Fuck. That was damn close. That was pretty damn close. If only I didn't panic there. I feel like I looked away at the wrong time. Fucked. Almost saved, yeah, seriously. We do have to think at this point, probably, what's going on with the lightning round, when that's gonna be. 8 p.m. I'm gonna say 8 p.m. right now. That's when the lightning round will start. This is a good level, you're right. That's true. Right. Here we go. 8 p.m. for you? Central Time. Central Time, 8 p.m. So a half hour from now, basically. That's when we'll be starting the lightning round. I should always say what time zone I'm talking about. I'm talking about my time zone, specifically. I cannot speak to yours time zones. You know, in Discord you can do a thing where it shows localized time zones, but you can't do that just talking. What? Oh! I see, you're supposed to go off the note block and go up. We're so close here. Damn it, tried to save a little time going over that edge faster. We gotta be nearly to the end here. I feel like we can do this. How about another card? I got more cards. You might have noticed I got a remote holder for my couch. Probably not, it's not actually on camera. When I wrote that card, I wasn't sure if it was gonna be really on camera that much. Tell you what, when the timer runs out, I'll show it, but I decided to get a thing that a while ago for Christmas. I got my parents some remote holders that go over like parts of the couch and hold remotes, and it has been so damn good for them. I figured like actually I should probably have one of my own and put my remote there so that it's in a nice, centrally accessible location that is like convenient. In fact, let me just here. I'll pan to the side right here. There it is. It's just a thing that goes over the couch and holds a remote, and it's pretty handy. Now I have a place where I can put the remote other than like here, which is a little hard to access from like the rest of the room. Whereas, like, it's very easy to reach over the back of this and just grab a remote from, like, even behind the couch. So, that's going to be pretty good. Pretty good. Will you be able to play mine? Yes, absolutely. I've never once ended a stream with levels in the queue that I couldn't play. The lightning round makes things so that we will have time for everything. Don't y'all worry. Pretty little faces. Is that a weird thing to say? Pretty little faces. Anyway, I'm liking it so far. It's been handy. Looking forward to many years or whatever of being able to access the remote more conveniently than I could before. And like always knowing that it's gonna be like in the middle here. I used to sometimes put like the... Yes, I will absolutely be able to. Oh, I already answered that. I will say, probably not before the lightning round, can the man, but in the lightning round, absolutely. Things will start moving as soon as we get to the lightning round. Why don't I say what the lightning round is for those who don't know? Sure, that sounds like a good idea. I will do that. The lightning round is, you know how, during this part of the stream, case in point, you know how in this part of the stream when we end the timer and we go to 5 lives left, 5 tries left? Well, in the lightning round, we start in 5 tries left. We have 5 tries to beat each level, refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for subs. And also for the first level of the night in the lightning round. And it's just a bit of fun, you know? And also means that we won't be spending this much time on every level after that point, such that, you know, keep on submitting levels. You will have, during the lightning round, probably, you know, anywhere between 2 and 3 levels if you stick around the whole time, you know? You can get in quite a few. You'll be done in about 30 seconds. Well, it depends, like, where are you in queue? Again, I'm saying it's gonna start at 8 o'clock. And I'll say, like, if we manage to beat it, that will feel real damn good. We have beaten hard levels in the lightning round before. And I'll also say you can always resubmit a level. You can always resubmit. Same stream, different stream, whatever. Do not consider it burnt by the lightning round. It's fun. Yeah, that's a ways away. The 2 extras for 7s are called bonus heads and are different characters. That's right! That's true. Thank you for saying. Yes, they're very cool. The bonus heads. Whoa, I've completely forgotten. How many lives was that? Sorry, that was like at least 3, right? I'm gonna say 3. I'm sorry, I was so distracted by, you know, the describing of the rules that I forgot to, toggle off the tries left. My bad. Distracted. Sometimes it happens. Pretty sure that was your first attempt. You have 4 tries. Okay, you know what? Okay. Turkatron, if you say so, I feel like I missed like a few. I'm pretty sure we missed a few there, but, you know, hey, if chat wants to see, I think I might be fucked already. I hesitated. Oh. This could be it. Oh. Whoa! 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 Ah! Ah! We died. Fuck. Thank you for the level. That came down to it, huh? I really thought I did it. I really thought I had won. Pretty sure Boom Boom just gave you his taint. Yeah, okay. That is what happened. The next level up is Ida. Ida, go ahead and confirm. Ida did some emotes just now. Perfect. I'm gonna do another card and talk about what's on it. You'll get it next time for sure. Let's hope, yeah. Did you hear about how Tears of the Kingdom, no DLC is planned? There was an interview and they said like, yeah, you know, we're not planning on any Tears of the Kingdom DLC. I'll say Tears of the Kingdom is phenomenal and I'm kind of a little disappointed. You know, I would have loved to see like, I feel like there was potential for like new parts, new enemies, new areas. I feel like they could have done like a whole new region or something. Just like tack on a new zone or something. I think that would have been really cool. But nah, they say like, okay, you know, we think we've done everything we can do. And hey, you know, maybe they're busy. Maybe they're moving on to like the next game right away. But can't say it isn't a bit of a shame, you know? It is a bit of a shame, isn't it? Ah. Oh, hell. This is annoying. I'll do another card. We'll do a couple cards here because there's not that much to say about Tears of the Kingdom not having DLC other than like, I would have liked to see DLC, a good deal. I understand their decision, though, you know? I understand. Oh, geez, there's like a precision drop there, isn't there? Jeez. All that to say, just that I would have liked it if there was. In other Nintendo news... Can you just jump over the spikes? You can totally just jump over the spikes to the side. You don't have to do the falling. In other Nintendo news, did you hear about Nintendo Switch 2 rumors? People are saying a lot of stuff about Nintendo Switch 2. Oh, let's pick a pipe. Oh. People are saying a lot of things about Nintendo Switch 2. They're saying it's like, they're saying it's backwards compatible, which, hey, good. They're saying it's still basically the same thing, but nicer, I think, is what they're saying. And they're saying it's gonna be pretty powerful, which, okay. Actually, I don't know if that's what they're saying. I feel like part of that is just what everyone is assuming. But the story here is that there are apparently demos of Switch 2 and dev kits in hands. And, you know, probably Switch 2 sometime next year, I would reckon. It's not pick a pipe, only one pipe is enterable. Okay, cool. I mean, hey, I believe it, is the thing. I believe that Switch 2 is happening. I don't think it's that controversial to say, like, yeah, there will be another Switch. Within, like, say, 2 months from now. Or not 2 months, Jesus. Within the next 2 years, I think there will be a new Switch. Within the next 5 years, 100%. 1000% within the next 5 years. But in the next 2 years, yeah, Nintendo Switch 2, whatever you call it, will happen. I would have to imagine they're not going to change it too much. You know, they don't want to lose. See, look, this is a lot easier than doing it the way that we were doing it. They don't want to lose, like, their niche of being the hybrid handheld out there. It'd be silly for them to do so. Yeah, it'll probably be Q2 2024. Oh man, I'm thinking like maybe Q. If I had to guess, I would say Q4. Q4 2024. I don't think Q2. I mean, I guess Q2 was what the last Switch was. But I don't think we're that soon. I think we're looking at like... I think we're looking at Q4 next year. And I also think there'll be like a, I deserve that. I also think there'll be like a, I think that Metroid Prime 4 will be timed up with launch. I don't know, maybe Prime 4 is still in development hell, maybe it won't be ready for that, but, you would think. They've had a while to reboot that game. There's a dev mushroom. This super world you brought out, little Timmy. I understand. Don't fireball me. Okay, cool. Okay. Those guys can hit you with their fireballs if you duck below a thing. Can you walk? No, you can't just walk. It's at the end of the precision area. For the tip. Anyway, last piece of Nintendo news. Again, another rumor. There's a rumored Nintendo Direct. Apparently, what people are saying is that the contexts of that Direct have leaked. Apparently, someone did leak the last Direct, and that same someone has leaked this Direct as well. The contents of it. I have not looked at the contents. I do not plan on looking. The rumor goes is that it will be next week. So, or something like that. Roughly next week, so expect to see on a Nintendo Direct relatively shortly, I suppose. And, you know, hey, I'm looking forward to that. I don't know what games are going to be coming. You know, if they're going to announce, like, more Switch games for the end of the year. Or if it's going to be, like, a Q1 stuff for like, you know, 2024. I feel like probably we got everything that we're getting this year, right? Mario Wonder, Pokemon DLC. What's the November release for this year? There's WarioWare. What's the big Nintendo release for November this year? Super Mario RPG. That's right, that's it. That's the big November release this year. That's a pretty good one, yeah. I already pre-bought it. That's, you know, all those games that I just mentioned pretty much. I hope that they're good. I hope that it's a good WarioWare. And that Mario Wonder, like, is the best thing since, you know, since Mario Odyssey. I have extremely high hopes for Wonder, I'll say. Y'all have extremely high hopes? Like, highest in ages? Ha. I'm almost more excited for it than I was for, Tears of the Kingdom. Which, you know, I would have bet that Tears of the Kingdom would not be rivaled for Game of the Year for me, but I have high hopes for Wonder. I'll say that. It could be up there. Fuck! I jumped and the guy fucking appeared under my asshole. Where exactly is the end of the precision area, you would say? Like here? Anyway, that direct, expect to see it, I guess. I'm not gonna look anything up about it. I think I heard the date next Wednesday. Next week's Wednesday, will be some sort of general direct. I, for one... There's that dev mushroom. I, for one, can't wait. I'm really looking forward to seeing what else they got. Okay. And, have high hopes for, like, some pretty killer announcements. The last few directs have really knocked it out of the park. You know, really delivered some big, huge, amazing announcements. So, I expect this one ought to as well. You know what? We still got time. Why don't we do another card? Been playing Marvel Snap. Just got Loki and a few other cards, such as Mirage. But let's focus on Loki. Marvel Snap is a card game, by the way, if you don't know. Digital card game made by the guy, headed up by the guy, by Ben Brode, formerly of Hearthstone fame. Anyway, this game is very, very good, and I play it like every day. The latest season that it has put out, the new card is Loki, which Loki's effect fucking rules, it turns out, and I'm really enjoying the Loki meta, which has been wonderful. I think I see the indicator. Loki's effect in Marvel Snap is sort of like Renounce Darkness from Hearthstone. What it does is that it replaces every card in your hand with a random card that is from your opponent's deck, and it reduces the cost by 1. Basically, your opponent's starting deck, so not like, you know, it could be ones that they've drawn and played. It could be ones that, you know, aren't in the deck anymore, in other words. But basically just replaces your deck, your hand, with like a whole bunch of random ones. Which, first off, that's a really fun effect, just in general, right? Replacing your hand with just like, I'm playing with random bullshit now. Let's let Lady Luck decide, like, if we got a winning hand here. Like, already, that is phenomenal. But also, you gotta consider that it turns out this synergizes with the Collector. The Collector gains 1 power every time a card is added to your hand. So, basically what this does is, if you play it with like a full hand, let's say 6 cards, you basically put 6 power on your Collector for no big cost. And it's pretty amazing, it's pretty fun, and, you know, Loki Fever has taken over the meta right now. Has pretty much taken over, like, what everyone is playing, and it's pretty inescapable. I love it. I'm so glad. Yes, I figured what pipe it was in. Itagarisu. I'm trying to get in that pipe, but it's hard. Anyway, I've been mostly playing that. I'm nearly back to Infinite. I'm around, like, rank 97, I think, now. You gotta get to rank 100 to get back to Infinite, where you don't have to worry about, you know, winning or losing anymore. For now, I do have to care, and I've been mostly just playing the Loki deck because it is damn fun and damn powerful, that their deck. I'll show you it in a second. What? You're kidding me. Is there a mushroom? Wow. Wait. Okay, you can stand on these. Okay. I thought I was fucked. I forgot how that works. Shit, yeah. Boy, we are climbing a lot. Oh, man. Oh, that's, woohoo. I don't like that. Okay, this time we got it. Woohoo. Okay. Good shit. The last card game you played was Magic the Gathering. Yes, we did it! Nice. Main you remember is, they came out with a joke set of cards. That's cool. They don't really have a joke set of cards for Marvel Snap, but there were, like, rumors of one card that was, like, an ongoing effect that just made your emotes ruder, which I don't think they ever released. That'd be a good one for April Fools. You know, joke cards are great on April Fool's Day, I think in general. Let me show you that deck. I have it here. No. Oh, actually, I had an image of the couch thing. I forgot I did that. I forgot I prepared that ahead of time. I also have a picture here of my dad's cat sitting on the couch thing in the middle of my dad's couch. Isn't he cute? That's his one of his favorite places to sit when people are watching TV. Aww. I like to look at that. Well, let's give this another second. Anyway, here's that that deck. My deck is your deck is the name of the deck, and basically, it is a Loki deck, wherein I actually have Lockjaw, and the idea is that I want to use Lockjaw to maybe get some of the. If I can't draw my Loki, I can maybe use Lockjaw to get to it, or the Collector, or draw like Giganto or Infinite or Devil Dinosaur or Chavez, you know, one of those four would be lovely just in terms of pure stats. And the thing is, Infinite is usually a dead card in your hand in a lot of cases, but since this deck is based around replacing your hand with your enemy's deck, you can just have, if you draw Infinite, it can just be a dead card until you Loki it and turn it into something useful. I'll also say, like, they also reworked Snowguard. So what Snowguard now does is she is a 1-drop that adds 2 cards to your hand, and those 2 cards are specific cards that interact with locations, which can be relevant, but also just adding 2 cards to your hand makes it so that first off your collector gets 2 power, and then you get 2 more things with Loki that get turned into other cards. So turns out that is fantastic. I also like to play Snowguard onto Lockjaw. My ideal first 4 turns is Quinjet, Collector on 2, on 3, Lockjaw, and then Loki, Snowguard on Lockjaw, and Loki just on his own. And, you know, then I just have to play it by ear because I've replaced my cards with random cards from my enemy, which usually works out good. This deck is pretty good. I've been having a lot of fun with it. And I'll say, by the way, if you don't know Marvel Snap, every game is like 3 minutes long. It's you play your turns at the same time, and there's only 6 or 7 of them in the game, or 4 if you get like a certain location. There's like location RNG, which is pretty cool. It's a great game. I would highly recommend checking out Marvel Snap. I love it. Play it all the time. This deck has been doing some real good shit for me. And that's just funny considering, like, Before the rework, Snow Guard was the worst card in the game. And when I pulled it from a chest, from a cache, on stream, like 2-3 weeks ago, I went like, fuck, this is the worst! And now I'm fucking playing it, and I'm having a good time with it. Just goes to show that they're pretty good about doing the patches and reworking the shit. And, you know, a crap card won't be crap for, forever. You know? Let me, pull that down. Here's the cat again. You want to see the cat again? Thank you for the level, Ida. I'm gonna hit next, and it is, Turkatron. Perfect. Hey, your level you said would be hard to do in the lightning round. Well, you're not in the lightning round, buddy. Good on ya. You're just before it, probably. I reckon, you know, it's 7:53. 8 o'clock will happen in the next 7 minutes, 15-minute timer. Probably gonna have to do a thing. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a good man. I call him a man, even though he's just like 1 or 2 years old. You know, I've called the dog boy. The dog gets to be boy all his life, even when he's 15 and dying slowly. You know, my dad's dog will always be boy. My dad's other dog will always be baby girl, you know, regardless of how old they get, and both of them are like 15, so, you know, it's kind of sad, really. They don't have that much longer on this earth. But Will gets to be man. Gets to be a big man, you know, whatever the fuck. He's the captain. That's what my dad calls him. He calls him the captain because he's, you know, in charge. Isn't he cute? Jeez, I like to look at him too. Anyway. Let's punch in this fucking code. How about that? Marvel Snap, having a great time with it. Really loving the Loki meta. Hope they don't nerf him too badly. I will say there are cards coming out that sort of counter Loki. And the thought is like, well, once those cards come out, they'll probably be like effectively a nerf for him, right? One of them in particular will prevent cards from costing less. Some sort of troll level. You put a lot of random deaths and pats. You're not riding on music notes with a shelmet, but you're probably dead. I'm not riding on music notes with a shelmet. Tell you, I don't think I understand, but... I do not. I don't think I understand what's going on here. What? Huh? Can I jump off this big? Yes, I think I can. But it's very finicky. Can you guys hear me good? Am I being, like, crowded out by the sound of bounces and bounces and bounces? Bounces and bullshit? No, I'm not supposed to be here. Grab a shelmet, throw it at the on-off, and then grab another one. I really don't understand. What is going on? What? Your eyes are being assaulted by the level? Yeah. That's accurate. I have no idea what the fuck. This is maybe one of the most disorienting levels I have seen. Is that a map or is that just bullshit over there? On the left. Left. This way. This way. A Fustercluck, yeah. Let's start over. Are you writing music notes if the answer is no? I don't even see a music note to ride. How about through here? Alright. There's some music notes. What? Turk, my man, do you need something? Is this a cry for help? The chat is worried about Turk. The chat is worried. You know, I understand, but... Oh, I see. I think we figured out some of what's going on here. Okay, you know what? This is a much more of a proper, regular-ass level now. The laugh sound effects are cries for help. Laugh sound effects, cries for help. Yeah. They are. That's, I think I just heard what this VOD, what the VOD on YouTube is gonna be called. The laugh sound effects are a cry for help. Is it cool that I keep on, like, calling that out when I see it? When I see what's a good title, I always do that. It's fine, it's cool. I bet people like it. They hear the title and they go like, oh, that's the title. And then I say, hoo hoo hoo, I think I just heard the title. And the people watching the VOD later go, yes, you did. I can attest to that. I have some cards set up with a, like, I'll say, like, I did set up some cards specifically with the idea, like, this'll be a really weird transition from spaghetti to death. You know, and wouldn't that be funny as a title for a stream? Spaghetti to death. But, I think I like the sound effects are a cry for help. The laugh sound effects are a cry from help. That's organic. That's good. I didn't come up with that ahead of time. That just happened. That said, Spaghetti to Death, pretty good name. If this VOD had been called Spaghetti to Death, I think people would have clicked on that. Oh no. I need that Shelmet. So why don't we put on the Shelmet first then? Oh, that makes sense. Come to think of it. How about another card? I started Sea of Stars. Did that last night on the Game Pass stream that I did. Spent around 3 of the 7 hours of that VOD playing Sea of Stars, and I think it's pretty damn good. Sea of Stars is like a Chrono Trigger inspired RPG, sort of has some Paper Mario flavor in there as well, as far as like some of the attacks are very much like Paper Mario style, where you have to do like a timing thing, like a timing minigame sort of. I had heard a lot of good things, and you know, that it had been inspired, for instance, by 2 of my favorite games, but I was really impressed beyond just inspiration. Like, they do some really cool stuff with, like, the mechanics, beyond just what the original games did. For instance, there's, like, a whole system, right, where, here's how it works. Whenever an enemy's going to do a spell, they sort of, like, give you a turn or two before they do it, and also next to their spell, they put, like, a bunch of icons that are, like, types of damage, right? Like blunt, sword, ice, or fire are I think, the 4 so far. I reckon there'll be more eventually. And basically, if you do a damage to them with that attack type enough times, you can prevent them from doing the spell, which feels damn good. Adds an extra layer of, like, strategy to it in a way that I don't think I've ever seen any, you know, RPG do before. There's other stuff that's smart, like, you know, having all the characters share an XP bar. Hello, Toad. How's it going? The row where you have to break the question mark blocks is the last row with sauce and the rest are not falling off. Huh. Anyway, it has stuff like that that's pretty original. It also looks gorgeous, and the writing seems really good. I had forgotten. I'm not sure what killed me there. No answer. I think I fell. I can't remember. I will say, it's gorgeous, and I didn't know going in, like, who made it. I had forgotten that I had heard about that, but it was made by, the guys what made The Messenger. And, apparently it's a prequel. It's set in the same universe as The Messenger, which, okay, sure. Whatever, that's cool. I'm sure this will make sense in the end. Anyway, really enjoying Sea of Stars so far. It's definitely one of the best things this year that I've played, and definitely want to go ahead and, you know, continue playing that off stream, and with the intent on finishing it eventually, you know? I'm really impressed by how it's not just Chrono Trigger, it's not just Paper Mario mixed with Chrono Trigger, it's also a whole bunch of original ideas, and original story, and weird setting stuff on top of that. You know, it's impressive, which I guess I wasn't expecting. I will say, that is also the case of The Messenger, which has like a really cool core mechanic, which makes it better than just like Ninja Gaiden, while still being a Ninja Gaiden like throwback, right? In The Messenger, you can, every time you hit something with your sword, you get your double jump back, which is just a really basic, simple thing that makes it, like, you know, original and yet feel really good, you know? It feels really good to get your double jump back, it turns out. And, this game feels a bit like that insofar as, like, yeah, it has some really inspired mechanics that, are like original and fresh, and while also very nicely harkening back to whatever game was the inspiration, in this case, Chrono Trigger, okay. Chrono Trigger, Paper Mario, games of that sort. What? What? Huh? Okay. Cool. Fuck! What happens if you do this? Oh. I need the spike helmet to do that. Whatever that is. Yeah, this is a dead end. I will also say on last night Game Pass stream, I also started some other games I realistically don't have time for. Sorry, I accidentally exited the level. Gris, Pro Force, LM Downhill, and Loop Hero. I'll say, yesterday's stream, I think there were more winners than normal, right? Like, Loop Hero did draw me in by the end of my time with it. I would have liked to spend more time with that. I don't think I really have time to play it, though, realistically speaking. I'll also say Gris. I wasn't sure about Gris, but there was gameplay by the end, and I think it did pull me in by the end of my time with it. I wouldn't mind going back and, like, actually finishing it, too. Bro Force seems like a great podcast game, as does, Jeez, what was the other game? LM Lonely Mountains Downhill, which is a game where you just you just drive a bike downhill, and it's kind of harrowing. You know, they're kind of like dangerous courses. It's fun to play a bunch of Game Pass games and try a bunch of Game Pass games all at once. Which, by the way, that was the conceit of the stream. By the way, if you're wondering why I've tried out so many games, they're Game Pass games, so they were free to me. But to have this many winners all at once, I do feel a little overwhelmed. You know, like, when am I gonna find time to play all of these, plus watch the anime that I want to watch, plus, you know, apartment shop or whatever I need to do in life. Work. Stuff like that. Things of that nature. I also played a couple other games on that stream, but, you know, I'll say I have no plans to continue playing them. Quake 2 Remake, and, what was the other one I played? Oh, I played Weird West. I was expecting it to be... Here's the thing, though. I confused Weird West and Evil West. I thought I was going to be playing Evil West, which is a dumb fun game. Instead... You know what it was there? I got crushed between the note blocks. That's what killed me there. Instead, it was Weird West, which is a top-down RPG, which, you know, at like 1 a.m. at night, I was not in the mood to dive into. And also, it seems like a game that's like not quite for me. I probably should play more Loop Hero. People really loved Loop Hero. It was like a Game of the Year contender even, which in retrospect seems pretty amazing. You know, it's just a very simple loop, but it is addicting in a way that in a way where I can see where people were coming from, and suffice to say, I was a little drawn in. Expect to see that VOD on YouTube like tomorrow morning or something. I don't think I have. I haven't like gotten the thumbnail and all that together yet. Probably will do that after the stream tonight. And also, you know, do the necessaries for this as well, maybe. Again, it wasn't my shell, it was, the note blocks moving, crushing me. Timer is just about up. We got one more try before the timer is up, I think. I need that shell bent for a try. Timer is up. After this run, I will put us into last tries, and this is the last level in the regular portion of the stream, so get used to seeing timer, and get used to seeing the lightning round iconography. Get used to seeing the bonus heads. The heads, you know, to represent tries left. You don't have to get used to them. You can just be whelmed by them. I got 5 more tries left, Durkatron. Let's make good use of them. 4 more tries, I mean. Alright. How come some of them sound different? Like, these are different pitches. How is that? Is it just like the height they spawned in on determines their like, pitch? I didn't know that's how it worked. I would have thought that if you moved one down, moved one around, its pitch would change as it moved. Here we go. Okay, hey, farther than we've ever gotten. Farther than we've ever gotten. I probably needed to get that, didn't I? Depending on the height. Okay, farther than we ever gotten. Farther than we ever gotten. I probably needed to get that, didn't I? Next time, we won't freak out. We'll see it, and we'll get it. We will not panic. No panicking. Whether we're at the disco or otherwise. You know, like the song. It's a song, right? Panic at the Disco? That's a song. Or is it a movie? I think it's a song. It would make sense as a movie, though. If it were a movie. Feathers not needed? Oh, okay. Let me read. The only way to spawn it is to jump off a Billet Bill first, otherwise you can't get it when it spawns, you're too far away. Okay, that's good to know. Trying for it could be suicidal. Which is important considering, hey, we have 1 life left. Ooh. I set the thermostat to 67 degrees. Still feels a bit sweaty today. I don't know. Maybe the thermostat is, shit. Maybe power company's fucking with it. Saying like, make it a little hotter. We got grid issues here in Texas. Fuck them. Thank you for the level. Fuck the power company, not you. Not y'all. Not Bowser, even. In-game Bowser, not our Bowser. Not our Bowser. Thank you for the level. I'm going to, let's go ahead and hit next to get the next person up. Next up is Brody, who has already emoted to let me know Brody is here. Fantastic. Well, do you guys know what time it is? Do you guys know what time it is? I've been setting this up for like the last 10, 20 minutes, last half hour or so, so you should know what time it is. It's time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will only have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints, and 7 for subs, and also the first level of the night. The extra heads come in the form of bonus heads, which come in a variety of flavors. You can see there's some Bowser ones. There's ones that are, you know, not even Mario related. Those are rarer though. And a variety of Mario characters that you can get like normal style. Like even, say, Mario or Luigi. Not really the most obscure characters in the world, but, you know, characters. It's been a while since I added new heads. Maybe it's time for new heads. What heads should be added next, you reckon? Does anyone have any takes? We have, like, let's like, run through real fast. Why not? We have the Bowser heads. We have Bowser heads. We have these bonus heads right here. We have Luigi. We have Mario. We have Peach. We have Toadette. Toad. Waluigi. Wario. Yoshi. And that's it. I guess we could add like more minor characters. I could see like Daisy being a nominee since Daisy is in the new game. Is in Wonder. Honestly, Bowser Jr. would be a good one. We don't have Bowser Jr. in here. Is Bowser Jr. a good one? I feel like the jury is out on Bowser Jr. being a good one or not. Yellow Toad? Yeah, Yellow Toad also is in Wonder. Maybe for the release of Wonder, when we get to when Wonder comes out, maybe we'll add new characters from that game. Daisy and Yellow Toad. Nabbit? Should we add Nabbit? I feel like there's not enough places where Nabbit's head has been seen in different styles to do 2 really good Nabbit heads. Roy Koopa, just Roy? Sounds like the people want Yellow Toad. The people want Yellow Toad is another good VOD title. The people want Yellow Toad. The people want Yellow Toad. I'm gonna randomize this, Brody. It's randomizing now, alright? Yes, okay, good. So it's sort of a roulette thing where I hide it, and then I hit stop start at a random time, and well, bam! See what you get. Waluigi. Good heads. Those are some good heads. I love Waluigi. Maybe it could just be the Koopalings, like a set of Koopalings, rather than like Bowser Jr. You know. Good luck. Thank you. We might need it. Last stream, the bonus heads for like the first person of the queue were actually instrumental in actually finishing. Like it came down to it, you know. The people want Yellow Toad. I would simply play as Mario. That's just me, though. I would simply play as Mario. I like him. He's a good guy. This Mario feller. I have no side in the blue versus yellow Toad debate. You like McDonald's Toad, but blue Toad is better? Wow, that seems like some stuff. What is this going on? This is bugs, right? There's some bugs going on here. Oh, crap! The people want Luigi. The people have redeemed the channel point thing, such that Luigi is coming out. Look to the right. Okay, I see. Don't turn around. That's the ticket here. I don't know, it could be good. I just have to not look to the direction that I shouldn't look in. I thought maybe I could cheese it by, like, surviving. But, would you look at that? Ooh, yeah, no, you can't. No can do. No cheese allowed. There's a reset door, hang on. This reset door, okay. This reset door, fuck! You cannot use the reset door after you use the, if you fuck it up. Okay. I can say it's not possible to solve it like this. As Luigi? Anything's possible as Luigi. Blue Toad is fast in 3D World. I didn't know 3D... I did not know that he was fast. That's news to me. Did those up and down blocks change position? No, it wasn't that. It was that the no, I'm confused. Okay, that's third life. This all makes sense. I see. I have to get the thing. Get the mushroom. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. Well, I lived! I'm dead, aren't I? Yeah, this puzzle is, can't do it. Okay, let's see now. Need to do this one. Yes. Thank you for the bless you. Hey. That's right, I sneezed. I snizzed. That's not the past participle. That means something else. Thought you were rapping? No, nothing of the sort, just sneezing. You know, like normal people do. Like people do when they sneeze, you know? I see how you do this. But it's not like that. We have 2 tries left. 2 tries left. I see what the next step is. Here. We get the mushroom, we trade it in for the spike helmet. And then we use the spike helmet to do things. That about sum it up? No! Oh good, the mushroom respawns. Oh god. I was scared there for a second. Jeez. Alright. No reason to be hasty here. Fuck! I fucked up. That one was a wash. Mushroom, you had so much to live for. Chad is concerned about the immortal soul of the mushroom. That's too long for a stream name. Chat is concerned about the immortal soul of a mushroom. Also not true, that's not what they... That's not... I'm reading into that a lot. No! For fuck! I forgot to not look left. Would you say, what? No, it will not. Waluigi will not save us. Waluigi will not save us is also a good stream name. Is also a good VOD name. So many potential VOD names here. Waluigi will not save us. Alrighty then. Let's get to the next level then. Thank you for the level, Brody. Would like I said, during the lightning round, don't take me not being able to finish a level mean that it cannot be resubmitted. It can tonight, another night, whatever the fuck you like. It's just the lightning round just keeps things moving and makes for a fun challenge. You don't have to worry about your levels being quote unquote wasted. Please do not. You know, it's all in good fun. Pombo Face was chatting this whole time. Very good. Let me do a card while I'm punching in the code. I've been playing Armored Core 6. That game's been rad. I just finished the other day, like earlier this week. I just finished. Okay, I just finished the first chapter. Really hard boss fight. Took me like 3 hours to get through it. And to, like, manage it in a clean run, but, yeah, game's damn good, and I really love how a lot of its missions are, like, really short, really bite-sized, you know, they're very easy to squeeze one in to a busy day, you know, it's just like, yeah, I have 10-20 minutes for a mission. That said, when they're really hard, it can turn into 2 or 3 hours just repeatedly trying to do a boss, which, I guess, hey, you know, FromSoft, they're known for difficulty, so... I guess goes with the territory, right? Anyway, I'll say I've never really gotten into a FromSoft game before, and, this one's very different from their other work, but I'm enjoying the hell out of it. I definitely think it's one of my favorite things that I've been playing recently, and in a more cosmic sense, one of the best things this year. This year? Is that cosmic? Maybe I'm misusing the word cosmic in that sentence. Probably. Oh, and by the way, please recall that these refresh at checkpoints, so if we see another checkpoint, your lives would, refresh. Damn it. This seems eminently doable, so... expect to be able to manage this. Just a little tiny bit precise. One, and then jump. Fuck. I'm boned. Alright, let's go ahead and do this one. Very good. Fuck! That first jump is fucking me up, Pombo Face. This is so doable. should be able to do that. Back! Shit! Well, goddamn, that's went pretty fast. CP1 is a trap. Yeah, clearly it's hard to get out of. Very hard to get out of. Thank you for the level. Maybe next time we'll avoid, if you were to resubmit it, maybe next time we'll avoid that first CP until we like really need to refresh our lives or something. Maybe that would be a strategic way to do it. It's not a full trap. It's just hard to get out of. Yeah. There is a lot of level up to that point, which is pretty challenging. You know, that I wouldn't necessarily want to do every time, but it's hard as all. Lord Bowser, go ahead and confirm. Let me at Lord Bowser real fast. Lord Bowser, you are up. A lot more level left too? Oh, jeez. Oh, that's, that makes it sound hard. I'm gonna itch my arm real fast. How about another card? Been playing a little bit of Starfield. I'll say, you know, I mentioned Stars and, Sea of Stars earlier. Of the games with stars in it, that one is much more my speed than Starfield. Unfortunately, I am finding Starfield to be a tad bit dull. Mostly I feel like I just go from cutscenes to going to some sort of enemy base filled with enemies that are annoying to fight. You know, where I'm just like, thank you for the follow, Pombo face, where I'm just like, just barely, getting through. I actually have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast. I feel like I'm just like going through these places and just, hey, there you are, Lord Bowser. I feel like I'm going through these like these bases. We'll play the level and then go to the bathroom after. Okay, let's be risky here, I guess. I feel like I'm just going through these bases and just you know, doing the normal thing you do in these games and just running into encumbrance like all the time and getting like really encumbered and having to like find my way back to the one store that I found. I find it really annoying, unfortunately. People do have that association, Starfield and Garfield. Ratchet Toad, it's true. In a Discord I'm in, the Starfield server, or channel, is named after Garfield. Starfield Hates Mondays is a channel title in a Discord I'm in. So everyone knows the joke. It's a good joke. Anyway, just found it to be repetitive, and honestly, I'm just not in the mood to go to a boring base, shoot a bunch of guys, loot them up, and then have to crawl back to a place to sell the shit. It's just mostly inconvenient. Just pretty damn inconvenient in a way that I'm just not dealing with. And I will say I did a mission that people were saying that was like a dragon shout moment. You know, like in Skyrim. And indeed, I can confirm there was a major thing that I got in that mission. But at the same time, it was still a pretty boring mission where I went some places and I talked to some guys. And it was like all shades of okay. And also, at the end of the day, I don't know why I would play a game with, like, story this, like, I feel like the world has changed a little bit for me. I don't know why I would play a game with, like, storytelling this samey and simple as Starfield, when I could be playing Like a Dragon Ishin, which has scenes where, like, men in bathhouses, like, fight while completely bucket naked, you know? Why would I play a game where the most exciting thing that happens is you walk up to a guy and they say, hey, here's my life story. Can you solve a problem for me? Yes, I can solve a problem for you. Great. Please go here and kill 20 space outlaws and then come back here. Thank you. Okay, I will. This is an interesting story bit. Ooh, I wonder why this guy wants these outlaws killed. Whereas like a Dragon Ishin is like, there's someone out here who has murdered your master. You're like you know, like a Dragon Ishin takes place in like feudal Japan, by the way. Who has killed your lord? Who is it? I'm trying to figure it out, but also things are popping out. There's like we're raiding other rival clans. There's like weird fucked up things going on, and whoo, you know, it's exciting. And the side quests are funny, you know, compared to Starfield's, right? You know, like a side quest in Like a Dragon Ishin, one of them had to do with like a guy got a globe, but he had never seen a map of the world before, so he wanted your character's help to be like, yeah, that's China. What's that? And you can answer like, that's China. That's America. Or that's Japan. And then the guy would just go with it. I gave the right answers. I said like, when he pointed at America, I said like, that's America. I didn't say, that's China. I didn't say that. No. Nothing half as good of that as is in Starfield. I am pretty convinced. I will stay up Starfield. It is beautiful. The gunplay is okay. It's passable. There's a lot of things I guess you could say to recommend it, but it's just not clicking with me, and I have so many other games I could play. I'm probably not going to spend that much more time with it right now, considering Starfield, Like a Dragon Ishin, name more games, Armored Core, you name it. Like, there's so many other games I'd rather be playing right now than Starfield, and that's a bummer to say. I really wasn't expecting that. I really loved Outer Worlds. And, you know, back in the day, I loved Skyrim and Fallout, but I feel like you have to be, like, concentrated, like Outer Worlds is. And you have to have it so that all the stuff is good stuff, not just some of the stuff, not just a few crumbs buried here and there, you know? Thank you for the level, Lord Bowser. I'm going to hit complete, and next... I feel like I'm good, actually, on bathroom right now. I feel like the urge has subsided a bit, you know, pressure, whatever. I don't want to get into detail, too much more detail, because that's, you know, gross. Can the Man is here. Fantastic. Let's do another card. Remember just how impressive Skyrim was in its day. I feel like this is a point I must make. Because I have heard people say like, oh, this is the best they've done of this formula. And I have to say like, no, that's Skyrim. Skyrim was a hell of a game. Skyrim was technically impressive. It was huge. It was beautiful. The UI was improved. And, you know, I'll say the UI sucks in this game. So, you know, to say that they had it best like 10 years ago, that should be embarrassing. You know, that is, it is kind of embarrassing, isn't it? You know, it was impressive. The shout thing was cool and had like a variety of like relevant shouts that was useful in different contexts and different cases. You know, there was, while at some level you were always just doing the thing you do in any of these other ones. You go to a base, you go to an area, you go through caves or whatever, and eventually you get to the end and you come back and you sell all the shit that you got. It felt different, I feel like, back then in Skyrim, you know? It wasn't just there. It wasn't just like, oh, this is a messy game, but it's very cool. You know, it wasn't like Oblivion by comparison, where it's like, oh, we made a really good RPG, and holy shit, it's the biggest game in the world. No one saw that coming. You know, Skyrim was a game that worked very hard to justify it being the #1 game in the world, and, you know, I think they pulled it off. They made the best game in the world, and that was that. It's a cool ghost house level. What they made was the best one in the world, and I think I reckon that it's hard to go back to at this point, but I think you cannot deny that at the time it was Game of the Year quality. Whereas I feel like you would, I would laugh if you said that you know, Starfield was anywhere near the caliber of, say, Tears of the Kingdom. You know, I'd say like, hey, you know, it is a beautiful game. It does feel all right to play. And I guess if you're into that sort of thing, you're just exploring aimlessly, it's not bad, but like, put against, like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom, like, nah, you're fucking kidding me. No, that's not the case. Come on, man. You're talking about one of the most polished games in the last 20 years. Just talking about what possibly could be the best game of, the best game ever, right, at this point in time. Y'all think that Tears of the Kingdom is in the conversation for best game ever? I think it's gotta be. Breath of the Wild was forever in that conversation. I think that Tears of the Kingdom is like 100 times better than Breath of the Wild, so... Well, this is easier. Then again, I hear people saying, like, you know, it's not my game of the year. I just go like, what? How are we not in agreement about this? I thought... I'm confused here. Let me think. Go through the pipe again, get another one. What would you say, Ratchet Toad? You would say that it is? I do think for me, for my money, Tears of the Kingdom, like, rivals Majora's Mask for my favorite Zelda game, and Majora's Mask is in my top, Majora's Mask is in my top list, in my top 5, so if Tears of the Kingdom beats it, logically it's gotta be somewhere in the top 5. I mean, I'll say for sure I would put Odyssey over it. Odyssey is more... I like Odyssey more than Tears of the Kingdom. Still, even with, you know, how good it is. And I would probably also put DKC 2 over Tears of the Kingdom just because of my nostalgia. Well, not just because of my nostalgia, but that's a big contributing factor. Anyway, we got the boomerang now. That's going to be very important. I can see each of these areas is sort of labeled. You would say it's Game of the Year? Certainly looks like it's going to be. I have high hopes. I'll say again, I have high hopes for Mario Wonder. I got a box. Just a box. Now, what can you do with a box? Oh, I see what you can do with a box. The box goes like that. So you get into there. Now then, we need to stack some boxes. Spider-Man 2 on the way. You mean Mario Wonder coming out same day? I'll say, like, I am much more hyped for Mario Wonder. And I say that not just as a, you know, big fan of, you know, a Mario Maker player, but also I really love. But also I have, like, the highest of hopes for that their new game they're making. Whereas, like, you know, I like the Spider-Man games, but they're not, like, my favorite thing in the world, you know? I can see Spider-Man 2 making my list, making my top 10, but it's not going to be that high, personally. It could be, like, a good number 10. Hello, Burrito fan. The timer sneaks up on you like a tiger. Gotcha. I will say how this works. If we were to time out, right now, that would cost all of our lives. That's how we do it in the lightning round. That said, I will reset my timer real fast by doing a thing. What's the best way to kill myself right now? In the game. How can I kill myself in the game? Spider-Man 2 looks like it'll be amazing. Looks like it'll be fun. I don't know that I'd say like Game of the Year material. I like the idea of playing as Venom. That looks fun. You get 2 player characters. That's pretty cool. I don't think so, Burrito fan. It's not yet. I'm not gonna count this as a life, by the way, because this is an intentional death to reset the timer to prevent us from timing out. Beautiful. Of games I'm looking forward to this year, like Persona 5 Tactica and Mario Wonder. Those are the 2 that that I'm like most digging, you know, most excited for. Huh? Oh, I misunderstood. This is for saving you if you fall into there. If you fall into the thing. Those doors are. Okay. I thought I was trying to get into them. Alright. I got this POW helmet. Beautiful. Alright. We gotta climb up. Ow! Ooh. I got the maker suit, which is gonna allow me to go into here. I think that's a well-placed checkpoint, by the way. You're still doing stuff in the same area, but you know, with that checkpoint, you at least get like a save point halfway through the process. Very smart. All right. What do we do with a P-switch? Ah, it's gonna like automatically stay on this P-switch. And it's very clear where we go. We go in the door. Hit the P-switch. I jumped over it. That'd be a fun little mini activity for you to do. Try to make it so that he lands on the P-switch. Alright, that's good. I liked it. Woo-woo. Let me hit complete. And then hit next. And I'll refresh my lives. Next up is Kill Will. Kill Will, please confirm. Let me @Kill Will real fast. Like Kill Bill, but different. You are up. Kill Will, go ahead and confirm. I'm going to do another card. Looking forward to a new book by Jim Butcher in his secondary series Cinder Spirals. Cinder Spires, The Olympian Affair, due out November. I like the books of Jim Butcher a whole good deal, especially the Dresden Files series that he does. But he's about to put out a new book in his other series that he's doing right now, the second such book. And I'll say I have not read that book, that first book, since it came out, so I need to reread that book before the second book comes out. So I guess I need to plan things with that in mind. I'll say, like, I'm not really a big fan of this secondary series. It's interesting. It's like set in a world where everyone lives on like giant spires, and there's like airships and such that are like made of wood and magic, and almost have like a Star Trek style like um engineering like stuff to them. Like they have shrouds and shields and other stuff that they are maintaining with like massive crystals, which is kind of cool. And you kind of get like some Star Trekky and like battle scenes where like, okay, drop the shield so that we can drop like a rock. In this world, like the shields also give you levitation. So if they want to like dive out of the sky, they have to drop shields, and it's a whole dramatic thing, which is pretty cool. That's a pretty cool spin on the Star Trek thing, but also it has probably too many named like point of view characters, and well, I would be lying if I said that I think I remember it dragging a bit. Oh, who knows? I haven't reread it ever. I'll reread it at some point, the first book, and then I'll read the second book. You know, hey, I like this author. He's the one author that I read books of. The one author where they put out a book, I say, okay, I'm here, I'm reading it, day one, let's go. And, you know, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna read it day one, or listen to it. Probably gonna do the audiobook. Kill Will, I'm not seeing you. How about I do another card, give Kill Will another second? Or we can just go into sudden death. Did you know that Tillamook does ice cream? I didn't know they do ice cream until very recently. I thought they were just shredded into the shredded cheese. Turns out they do ice cream as well. I will say, since the last time I talked about it, I have tried both flavors that I got. I got like a... I got like a chocolate one with like other chocolate like mixed in with that throughout, which was pretty good. I also tried, I think it was a chocolate chip cookie dough or something. It was kind of weird, the chocolate chip cookie dough. Not quite to my liking. I think I prefer the Bluebell chocolate chip cookie dough, but I think it's neat. And I very much like that they are available in a variety of flavors. That's a thing I think that more ice cream places could use, you know? Like, I love Bluebell, but gotta admit, I am tired of the varieties that are available of Bluebell. I feel like they could use more varieties. You know? Like, I'm always at the store looking at the ice cream that's available and going like, man, I like Bluebell a lot, but like, you know, they don't have they don't have that many options of like vanilla, you know? Okay, we were screwed there. There was no saving that. And also the timer was ticking down. It's not pretty. Has this changed? I think Kill Will, I played this last week, did I not? I would like to have believed that I would have left a like. September 2nd. That must have been it. I must have forgotten to leave a like on it for some reason. Well, you know, hey, good to fix that. Anyway, that's that level. Don't see Kill Will there. Kill Will, if you were here, do speak up. I will convert you over to the lightning round, and we'll take 3 more shots at that level. 3 more tries, refreshing at checkpoints, but bearing that, let's move to the next level. Next up is... Let me take a little bit of my drink, and then I'll finish my sentence, okay? Okay, it's time to finish that sentence. The next level is Burrito Fan. It is close to your level. Your level is finally here, Burrito Fan. You were just chatting a minute ago, and you threw Pikmin at me as well. I think you are good for it. I think you are good to go. Let's go ahead and get that code punched in. Meanwhile, I will do a card. I've been eating too much spaghetti. Feel like I'm eating too much spaghetti these days. It's the one thing I, like, reliably know how to make, and make really good. And, you know, enough for leftovers for, like, 2 additional meals after the first one. And, you know, it's delicious. I love just eating spaghetti with sausage and just, like, drizzled, just absolutely saturated with Parmesan cheese. Like, it's the best thing ever. Maybe my favorite meal right now. But, you know, you oughta hold on. You oughta hold back on the carbohydrate heavy stuff and, you know, maybe not eat so much of it per week. Like, I should probably be eating spaghetti, like, but making spaghetti and making enough for 3 leftovers, like, once a month. Tops. Not like, you know, multiple weeks in a row. I feel like I've done it, like, 3 weeks in a row recently where, like, I can tell, both by being able to remember the last time I had spaghetti, and also looking at the like the dishwasher and realizing, like, oh, the plates that were dirtied by the spaghetti last time are still in there. So it hasn't been that long since the last round of spaghetti. The Tupperware that I used to store the spaghetti is still dirty. I haven't run a load since I ate that spaghetti, and that's why there's not a new Tupperware for me to use for this new spaghetti. Ooh. Makes me go like, I don't know, man, I need to pull back, but also, god damn if I don't get like a little bit of an urge, you know? A little bit of a craving for that delicious, delicious spaghetti. Oh, it's good. Oh, you know what? I just remembered why. What about to get? Okay. It's hard to tell what the semi-solids here are in this one. Did you see the title? Let me look. Super Mario Wonder, My Level. Is this based on Super Mario Wonder? Based on the gameplay that we've seen? Oh, you know what? We probably should... Are these flowers talking? Let me turn on comments. This one is quiet. But what about this one? I turned on display comments. Oh, you didn't make them talk? Well, I can fix that. What's the thing they say? Over and onward. Over and onward. There we go. Let's do that one more time. We'll add a second one. Oh, shit. What is it they say? You ever wonder what, a Goomba tastes like? That's the thing they said, right? What Goomba Ida with the actual line. I wonder what Goombas taste like. Is that the actual line, Ida? You know what? We're gonna use our own words. That's the line. I love it, yes. We're gonna use our own words here. You ever wonder what a, We're gonna use our own words. Slightly different, but, just as good. I wasn't expecting company. That'd be a good one as well. I am out of comments, though, so I can contribute no more. No more to this Mario Wonder inspired level. Y'all need to get in here and add some more comments. I cannot. I'm tapped out. I wasn't expecting company. Where does that go? I'm not sure yet. Oh, those are like the tie, whatever the fucks. Ah, this is a Wonder Seed. Just got a Wonder Seed. These are the guys with spit things at you. What is this? I don't know what this is, but cool. I'm coming to comments. Good. Let's comment the fuck out of this level. There has to be a good place for I wasn't expecting company. I don't know where it is yet. Pikmin?
You made it.
It's the onions. Oh, I don't think the onions are in Wonder yet. I don't think that's a thing, but that's possible. Also, the onions aren't usually separated anymore in like the more recent Pikmin games. Thank you for the level, Burrito. They hit next, and next up is Ida. And I'll say of spaghetti, I have a picture of the last time I made spaghetti, like a week ago. I am already hungry for spaghetti. I could go for some spaghetti right now. It hasn't even been that long. Like a week or so, maybe. Oh, it's so good. I love... The thing you always have to do, and I'm sure everyone who's eaten spaghetti knows this, but you take a slice of like the sausage, right? Like a chunk, like a meatball-sized chunk of sausage. You spear it through some spaghetti, and then end with the sausage, and then you wind it up. So you have like on a single bite, sausage, spaghetti. Oh, you can't do better than that. There's not foods that are better than that. Burgers are pretty close, and pizza also up there, but spaghetti, oh my god, it's god tier. Spaghetti, pizza, and hamburgers, cheeseburgers, they are all S tier food. They're S tier food, but I will say it's easier to get spaghetti or pizza wrong in my books. People say there's no such thing as bad pizza. I do believe there's bad pizza. There's also spaghetti I don't like as much as my regular spaghetti that I make myself. I can't get a restaurant to make it the way I like it. I don't know. Ida says Super World. Let me do another card while I'm pulling it up. Let's talk about death and what we want in it. Like I said, I mentioned earlier that a thing I had in mind was making this transition from spaghetti to death. And here's what I was thinking. You know, there's like several things that can happen to you when you die, right? You can get buried, right? You can get buried. You can, you know, what's the word? Turn to ashes. Immolate yourself, you know. What's it called when you turn yourself into ashes? You become an urn. Jeez, it's on the fucking tip of my tongue. I'll tell you what I want for myself, though. I want to be frozen. I want to be put on ice and revived at such time when it becomes possible to bring people back from the dead. Cremate. Yes, that's it. I want to be put in a freezer for 100 million years or whatever the fuck. And whenever their technology exists to bring me back, please do so. That is my living will. That is my, the only thing I want. As far as, you know, after I'm gone. Keep me around. Bring me back. I want to be back. I want to see what the future is like. I want to be in Futurama land and be like, oh shit, it's the future. It's the year 3000. Look at this. This boss is easy. Oh yeah. I think it would be very cool to be unfrozen and resuscitated once the technology exists. I definitely want that for me. 1000%. Mostly unironically. Oh, this is just like in Super Mario World, except you just jump on him 3 times rather than, whatever. You want to be Walt Disney? Yes! Absolutely. Good enough for Walt Disney, it's good enough for me. I want to be brought back. I want to live. Man, if you think about it though, Walt Disney is going to have a hell of a time if the rumor is true, if the long-standing rumor is true, you know, and like in 100, 200 years, he's gonna be brought back, and he's gonna be like, hey, what's up? And they're gonna say, oh, nothing. Oh, by the way, it's not cool to be racist anymore. So all your opinions about black people, you better leave it in fucking 1960, man. He'll say like, what? You can't be racist anymore? And he'll be like so surprised, you know? Well, at the very least, you can demean women, right? And they'll say like, oh, I got bad news for you, Disney. You know, women are equal in the workplace now. God damn it! Okay, what about foreigners? Is it okay to make fun of foreigners anymore? I made a lot of cartoons back in World War II. They were very well received. Well, that was a special case, Walt Disney, sir. I'm sorry to say, you can't make fun of foreigners anymore. It's weird. It's kind of out of pocket. And the Japanese in particular, we like them now. We're very fond of Japan. Was that changed by the time of his death? He would be very shocked to realize that the future was not racist anymore. You know, he'd have a hard time adjusting and going like, fuck. Well, I guess I'm canceled. What is canceled? That's what you are. Sorry. Unless you're Family Guy. Says Ratchet Toad. I'm just saying, you know, he's gonna have a hard time waking up and realizing, like, you can't... So, if you want to be, like, racist, you have to be, like, subtle about it now. That's right. You can't just say that you don't like black people anymore, that you like the KKK. Or whatever the fuck he said. He had some out-of-pocket opinions. It's a whole big deal. I don't know that much about Walt Disney, I will say. Maybe he'll get there and be like, well... whatever. Maybe he'll be cool about it. And be like, you know what? Hey, people still like me. People still like my movies. I could be doing a whole lot worse. And you know what? If it's okay to live in a future where you can't... It's better to be alive in a future where you can't be racist than to be dead. I am pretty sure. I am pretty sure. You were recently randomly recommended to you on YouTube, so I decided to find you on Twitch. That's fantastic, Andy Whitmer. How you doing? You enjoy the VODs then, Andy? I have seen a couple of people come from that route, going from the VODs to the streams, but I'll say I'm happy about that the VODs do find people, and that hopefully people enjoy them. I'll say every time I see a single like on any of my videos, I feel good, so, you know, that just gives me a shot of, you know, what's the word, happy feeling. Just a single like. Just one or two likes is like, you know, makes me feel good. Whitmire is the pronunciation. Everyone screws it up. Gotcha. Andy Whitmire. What did I say? Whittimer? Whitmire. Thank you for the level, Ida. We finished that level, right? That was the boss fight. Let me go ahead and hit complete on that. And, next. I'll hit next as well. Ratchet Toad, you are up next. Ratchet Toad. Ratchet Toad was just talking about Family Guy a second ago. Is good. How lonely will it be to be the only living person from the 20th century in the year 3000? I think I'll manage. Maybe if I were to get frozen upon death and resuscitated in 1,000 years, probably other people will do it too, right? Maybe they'll be weirdos though. Maybe they'll be weird. Maybe we won't be friends. I guess it would be like the equivalent of waking up and realize you know how how like Gen X, like the kids these days, Gen Z, I guess. You know how they're kind of weird and different from us millennials, me millennials. I imagine maybe that's how it will be, like going back to the future, right? Like waking up and everyone's like 1,000 years out of sync with your tastes. They will like really weird music and never will have heard of Steely Dan. No. Or Breaking Bad. I used Steely Dan because it came up in Breaking Bad once and I thought it was funny. I don't really think that people need to know what Steely Dan is. It's very funny when Walter thinks that that's unnecessary. Let's type in that code. Did I do another card? I'll do another card. Thought experiments. With enough information, could a AI be distinguished from the original? Let me further explain what this thought experiment is. Something I have thought about, which is that maybe eventually, with sufficiently advanced technology, sufficiently advanced AI, you'd be able to, like, put an AI into your head, right? And have it ride shotgun. And sort of, like, look at what you're doing and what you're acting like. And what you're acting and up to. The vocals will all be AI generated. Oh, no. Look at what you're acting and try to make predictions about what you do, right? So let's say that you eat a hot dog. At a basic level, it should be able to say, like, with what I know, he's probably about to get the urge to eat a hot dog. And eventually, with enough specificity, be able to say, like, okay, he's going to move his hands in this way, he's going to grab the water like this, pull it over like this, uncork it, you know, whatever the fuck. Drink for a second. Let's say you developed a model of how you behave, behaviorally perfect, indistinguishable from you. That is not you. You know, that does, the inside, the algorithm, it doesn't have your brain in it. But from, like, an outside perspective, indistinguishable from you. How weird would that be? Would you consider it immortality if there was just, like, a version of you that isn't based on your brain, isn't copying your brain at all? It doesn't know what's going on in here, but basically acts 100% the same. Is that the same thing as immortality? I don't think quite it is. You know, I wouldn't take that to mean like, okay, yeah, I'm living forever. There's a version of me that will be, you know, persistent. First off, you don't know if it can learn. Like, maybe that's a question. Like, can it really learn? Or is it just like you at a set point in time? Maybe with enough data about how you learn, maybe it can, like, approximate that. I think we need to go this way. No. Anyway, that's a sort of a thought experiment I've thought about before. Sort of wondering, like, a self-aware photocopy of a photocopy, yeah. Or, like, there are, like, some fantasy worlds, the way that, like, a ghost works is that a ghost is like an imprint. It's like an imprint, like a footprint in the sand. It'd be sort of like that, you know? It doesn't know anything what's going on inside. And, like, secrets that you have not really revealed, it shouldn't be able to reproduce, right? Only use the blue trampoline. Okay, so the springs are are not it. Okay, got it. Thank you for the tip, Ratchet Toad. Oh, that worked much better. Jeez. I feel like we need to get that. The coins, they're optional or not optional? Coins optional is what the title says, so good, okay. There was an answer in the materials. Didn't need to actually ask. I wonder if people will do things like that, but also, you know, I'll say, like, AI isn't really that advanced right now. In fact, let me do another card right fast. Did you hear about foraging books that are written by AI? This is like a whole fucking insidious thing that people found out about recently and have realized is like really bad for the world. What they are is that they are foraging books, you know, like, oh, go eat these mushrooms. They're entirely written by machine. And the problem is they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, you know? They're basically just saying, like, random mushrooms, right? You can eat this one. That's not for sure. Don't take their word for it. Do not, under any circumstances, eat mushrooms just because an AI written book tells you it's okay. They do not know, and they could get you killed. Horrifying. I'll say, like, for as many, like, utopian AI scenarios that you can come up with, you know, for machine learning, most of them in the present are just like more Black Mirror, you know? More like dark future, right? Like, oh, it's an AI, but all it does is like shit on your face, you know? It's like believing a 5-year-old is an expert. Yes, exactly. It's like reading a book about mushroom foraging written by a 5-year-old. They would have to be a pretty damn smart 5-year-old to know which ones you can and can't eat. It's more like a dystopian future, is all the actual IO stuff. It's like, you know, instead of saying like, yeah, we can just grow cows made of whatever, you know? I guess that's actually a tangent, you know? The, like, fake meat stuff. It's more like dark future. It's more like, oh, the books are now just random gibberish because the AI got a hold of the publishing industry and now they just put out like words. Word Salad, the book. And next month they're gonna put out Word Salad 2. And geez, you know, you don't want to read Word Salad 3. I will say, by the way that last call works, or sorry, the way that the lightning round works, once we are, if we run out of time without dying, that'll count for all of our tries. You know how that is, you know, that's how we deal with levels that are getting over it style, you know? I will say, though, if we were to get a checkpoint, we would try to die and then try to do over, you know? Fuck. Dark future. Dark future indeed. I think I have one more card here. One more card in my quiver. I'm gonna wait until we get out of this level and then we'll have the next level. And then after that will be last call, I think. Whenever I run out of cards, that's always a good sign to like, okay, it's time to wrap up. When do you stream? Usually, ask Andy Whittemer, right? Shit. You don't want to submit a level since your first level time watching? Oh, feel free. Feel free to submit a level. I encourage all new viewers to submit a level. I always say at the end of the stream schedule, but here it is for reference. Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays is the schedule. 6 p.m. Central for Mario Maker streams. I'm finishing StarCraft 2 next week. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do a stream on the week after, but whenever that is going, it'll be Twilight Princess after that. And Thursday is some sort of variety thing. This week it was a bunch of Game Pass games I've never played before. 7 of them in total. Most especially Sea of Stars. Really dug the hell out of Sea of Stars. That'll be up on YouTube like, you know, tomorrow probably. There's like a 24-hour like delay between YouTube VODs and ooh, we got farther than we did. Between YouTube VODs and Twitch streams just because of Twitch's affiliate rules. And you know, I am an affiliate. You can subscribe for money on Twitch. And it's pretty cool. Comes with all sorts of emotes. We have 72 seconds left. Checkpoint. Shit. Goody indeed. I'm gonna try to die if I can, so that we can refresh our clock. I don't think there's a way to die, but we're about to time up. We'll continue once the checkpoint, once we reset. Subscribers get these emotes on Twitch. They're pretty cool. Look at all those emotes. Aren't they lovely? You also get extra heads during the bonus head. During the light bonus, what the fuck? You get bonus heads during the lightning round. And you know, those are pretty cool if you've seen those. Very nice. Do a lot of streams these days. Very nice ones. Good variety. I don't know what I'm gonna do next Thursday yet. Haven't really decided on next Thursday's stream. Play it by ear. I don't know. Is anything coming out next week? Is MK1 next week? I could play MK1. I do like on a Thursday stream to play a brand new game for the first time. That's always a winner. I don't know. Play it by ear. I'll play it by ear. Maybe we'll do a randomizer thing. I like randomizer things. I recently did, I say recently, it was like 2 months ago. I did try out, like, you know what is also occurring to me? Two things. First off, Excitebike 64 did come out, like, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about things that I could stream. Excitebike 64 did come out, like, did come out relatively recently. Could have a stream where I played some of that. Went through the tutorial or something. The tutorial I remember being very long and hard. You know, surprisingly so for, you know, a tutorial. The game has a lot of, like, technical stuff to its gameplay, you know? Also, there could be stuff that's announced at that Direct that's rumored. So, like, it's possible that in, like, you know, there'll be, like, new Nintendo online games, possibly, like, some shadow drops, even. I haven't seen the leaks, so I have no idea. And don't tell me if you've looked, you know, but there could be something out of that that's, like, worth a Thursday stream. I'm sure I could come up with something. You know, it's a good problem to have, you know, having an empty slot for a stream. And I could just play some Armored Core. I haven't played Armored Core on stream. I've been playing that a lot off stream, and it's pretty fucking cool. Armored Core could be a stream. Hell, and I'll say, like, when Wonder comes out, I could play that, like, I bet I could play, like, that on stream, like, a whole bunch. You know, not just once, not just, like, a couple times, you know. Very, very, conceivable to me. Very conceivable. Not sure if that's the way to put it, but, you know, I could see that happening. I could see that being good content. That game is really fun. I would really recommend Armored Core. I'd really recommend the other games, you know, like Sea of Stars. I'll say again, I didn't end up clicking with Starfield, unfortunately. You haven't been excited for a new 2D game since World? Were you around at the time? I say around at the time. Were you, like, of the age where you could get excited for World when World came out? Andy? Nice. That was a little before my time. I got into gaming, like, born in 1983. Gotcha. I got into, I got an SNES, like, in 1996, so all the games for the SNES were out at that point, so I couldn't get excited for them. Gotcha. A little bit of an old-timer. Yeah, I would say, for 2D platformers, there has not been a more ambitious 2D platformer since like, you know, World and 3. You know, maybe even more 3 than World, because 3 introduced more things like the world map and all that. Whereas Wonder seems like it's much more of a sea change, you know? And I love the stuff they're doing with badges, like, holy shit. We're gonna see a lot. I feel like if there are indie platformers that are existing right now in the works, I feel like a lot of them are gonna look at that and go like, badges? Oh shit, that's cool. We gotta put badges in our game. And have a bunch of cool ones just like that. Like, yeah, of course, like, put the Dixie Kong hover on like, a special thing. That makes perfect sense. Also, go ahead and do, like, this special thing and this special thing. and this like ease of access feature, and make the player like choose which one they want. That's interesting. That makes a lot of sense. Come to think of it. Hey Paul, what's up? Card-wise, by the way, Paul, I will say, yesterday we were talking about esports, and I did say, like, why don't I make that into a card? And then I realized, like, wait, next Monday is the last StarCraft 2 stream. I should talk about esports on the last StarCraft 2 stream. That actually makes more sense considering it is, you know, an esports, and also the only esport I got into. Talking too much about cards is weird and meta. Is weird and meta. Probably, you know, like saying things like, oh, I decided not to talk about esports in this stream. I decided to leave that to next stream. I have just talked about esports in this stream. What's that you know that image, that meme that says like, congratulations, you just played yourself. That's what I did. That's exactly what happened there. What is going on here? I hope that they use badges in their other games. That'd be cool. I feel like badges are just gonna be like so inspirational to like the next generation of platformers. And maybe even other things. And it's not even that they're that new of a concept, but I feel like the very simple thing that you can only have one of them. You know, but literally I can look and be like, well, actually Yooka-Laylee already did this. You know, I could say things like, Yooka-Laylee has tonics. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair has tonics that works very similarly. Except in Yooka-Laylee, you can have like 12 of them, and as a result, there's not much of a choice, you know? You're gonna be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna get the Dixie Kong hover, and yeah, I'll always have the Dixie Kong hover, thank you. From now on, I just have to get used to it. And let me get 3 other things, and then I'm just never gonna think about it again, you know? Whereas like this system, you will switch it around, right? You won't always just go with the Dixie Kong hover. Sometimes you'll go with a grappling thing. Sometimes you'll go with the swim thing. We have 90 seconds left. Let's do it. I feel like we're near the end here. See some family names in your chat today? Family names. Oh, well, yes, there are some last names in chat. That's right. Weird way to put it, family names. Like, yes, some people whose names are their last names. That's true. Full ass names. It does feel weird to get older. Andy, you probably sympathize with this, right? It feels weird to get older, don't it? I'm like, you know, I'm like 33, you know, I'm mid-30s now. Can't imagine how it'll be to be 40, you know? I'm still playing video games. Still doing, of course, we'll all be still playing video games into our 50s, right? It'll be weird when you have to, it'll be weird when like, we're all 60s and like, are they going to design games around like, our declining abilities? You know, like, oh, you know, you don't have to work, I know you can't, I don't know, like, as we become like less like dexterous, right? In our 60s and 70s and stuff, is there gonna be a market for like, not just Wii bowling type for old people, but like, hey, this is a Mario game that you can play. I guess actually Mario games are already pretty accessible. You don't have to worry, this Pikmin, it has an easy mode. Actually, Pikmin games are also pretty accessible. Nintendo is actually ahead of the curve, actually. They are already cognizant that maybe people need, you know, games that are accessible to everyone. I guess, you know, hey, the main man, Miyamoto, is like in his 80s or 90s or something. 70s, 80s, something like that. He's really old. He's getting up there. Not 90s, I don't think, right? If it was 90s, we would know. I would know if Miyamoto was in his 90s. He's like near retirement age. He's blown past the retirement age. Is now getting into, you probably should have retired age. You know? And he would probably say like, well, I mostly have retired. You know, look, I mostly have retired. I don't do much of the work anymore. He's gotta be like 70s. Yeah, like late 70s, right? How old is Miyamoto? Someone tell me. Lord Bowser, you're up next. How old is Miyamoto? He is... Wow, he's only 70. He's only 70. Wow. Okay. He really made Mario as just like a young lad then, right? And Donkey Kong as just like, because that was like practically what, 40 years ago? He must have been in his 20s then, coming up with Donkey Kong and such. Meteoric then his rise to fame and shit. I will say though, most people do retire if retirement is an option in our time. 65 is like pretty good retirement age, right? Like my dad's retired, you know. My ma is not. Right around like 65, 70. So he is in the range where you would retire, but he's kicking in there. I think there was at some point some sort of like there was some sort of rumor, some sort of thing where he said like, "Oh, I'm thinking about retiring," and then the stock price took a hit. The Nintendo stock price took a hit, and they had to go like, "He is not retiring. Everyone relax." But he's probably not taking an active role these days, and also, once he does retire, it's not going to be that big a deal. Yeah. I'm gonna do the next card. I believe this is the last card. It is. Don't you wish there were more 3-day weekends? Yep. Last weekend was a 3-day weekend. It was very nice to have that extra time to sleep and do nothing. And now back to the usual 5-day week. 4-day week. That's a good length for a week. And you know what they say? They've done studies, and they say that people are just as productive in a 4-day as a 5-day. Do I have any feedback for the level? No, it's fun. Did we finish it? I forget if we finished it. I think I didn't mark it completed, so we must have done. Or else I just made a huge mistake. We did complete it, right? Yes. I liked it. It was, could have used a pit to jump in to reset the timer at the midway. I'll say that. Could have used a pit to jump in. You can make it so that it's hard to accidentally fall into it. Just having, like, some sort of way to die to reset the timer would have been convenient. When you submit a level, you do !add and then space and then the code to submit a level, Andy. And I'll say, you feel free to submit now. Anyway, I wish there were more 3-day weekends. There's not going to be one the rest of the year other than, like, you know, Thanksgiving and all that, which are more 4-day weekends, and also with time off become like full weeks off. So there are different. I mean, they're different. They're better is what they are, but no. A 3-day weekend is always just a nice time. You know, wish there were more of them. In college, I had a 3-day week, like, yeah, this was over 10 years ago, by the way. In college, I had like a 3-day weekend through like several semesters sometimes. And in some cases, I didn't have a 3-day, but I did have like all the time in the world on like, this is a spooky level. I had all the time in the world on like, on like Fridays, you know, I maybe had like one class. And I think that, as you get older and more like job stuff, you really appreciate that, like, man, college was just all the free time in the world, and goddamn if that wasn't nice. I mean, I think it's nice now that I have money and like nice things, but free time, man, you don't get that much free time unless you're a teacher. When you're an adult, right? Snake blocks in the dark. That's right. I did beat it. Good, okay. I can always unmark a level. I really like what this guy did with these guys here. You know, doing like boos that are just like being manipulated by these guys. What the fuck are they called? Yikes.
Oh.
It's a wicked combination. Yes, I agree. Anyway, that's what I had to say about 3-day weekends, and that's the last of the cards. We've been going for about 3.5 hours. Yep, that's pretty good length for a stream. Gonna be around 4 hours once all is said and done. This is a nice, cool, auto-scrolly level. Platform level, you know? I haven't done a platform level that uses the snake blocks like this. The only thing I've done is have, like, snake blocks as a minor element, which I think was fun. I will say, let me just say, what is going to happen here. What?! Well, I didn't expect that to happen. Let me say what is going to happen here. I'm going to go into last call. Last call for levels. I'm going to go into last call for levels, at which point, I will play a world of my super world. We've been going one world at a time through my super world. 5 levels per, while giving y'all time to get in any last levels you have on hand. Anyone watching, anyone at home, encouraged to put in a level right now. And Andy, I'll say. I encourage you to get in a level now. Also, should I say like, follow, and subscribe? I think I'm going to say like, follow, and subscribe. That's what you do. I don't say that enough. I don't say that very often. I like it when all those things happen. Likes on the YouTube, subscriptions on the YouTube. Subscriptions for money on Twitch, I like those most of all. How many levels total will your Super Hurt World have? It'll be an 8-world thing. I'm just going to go through one world, so 5 levels. Let me go ahead and hit complete. And I'm going to get up the thing that says last call. There we go. Last call for levels. I'll say also, just for reference, the next person is Mr. Hog. Mr. Hog, please confirm. I'm gonna @ you. Mr. Hog, please confirm. Mr. Hog, good. Okay, Mr. Hog did confirm. Whenever we get through last call, your level will be up first, and you are good for it, whatever happens. Anyway, I'm going to play one world of my super world, and then we will finish out the last levels in queue. I encourage everyone to get in one more level. If you're just like waiting, holding off, now is a great time to get one last level in before the queue closes and we wrap up. Today, we are going to just this is World 6, as you can see over there. World 6. Let me go back to my corner. It's World 6, you know. This world is the Unmoored mine, sort of a weird, offbeat cave world where the levels are a little bit odd. First one is Phantasm Chasm, which is this Super World Soul Super Mario Bros. 2 level, using the new Super Mario Bros. Back! Well, the thing you're supposed to do there is, like, maybe get the thing, but, don't worry, we have another power-up waiting for us a little later that we can get. There's some cool stuff we can't get here because of this, but whatever. How long have you been doing Super Mario Maker streams? Since around 2 years ago now. It was November of 2021, so there will be some sort of anniversary stream in November, as well as Extra Life, but, no. Going well. Here you have to dodge the phantom and also these poison mushrooms. Shit. I got hit. Not great. I've been doing streams of this sort for around 2 years now. Archiving the VODs to YouTube for around more like a year. I didn't archive the VODs for like a pretty long time. So it, you know, there's not VODs for like the first some such of, you know, the first X amount of VODs basically don't exist. Kinda wish that they did. Would have liked to have all that stuff just be in perpetuity. You know, the parts where I didn't know quite how to stream, or, you know, hell, imagine if the first lightning round had been archived. It wasn't. You know, the first time I figured out how to do, like, the first time the tries left thing appeared in the flesh, which was also the first time that the lightning round appeared. Actually, come to think of it. The lightning round was invented because I got the tries left thing working, and I said like, oh, this is cool. Wait a minute. What if we started in the lightning round? Oh, what if we started in tries left? And you know, from there on, it's history. But, hey, what are you gonna do, you know? It didn't occur to me at the time that I could have just archived it to YouTube and just, like, kept it private, you know? I didn't even have to share if I didn't want to. I could have just been, like, saving it just in case I wanted to put those up later, which I eventually would have done. I don't even know what VODs are. They cross-save to YouTube. Pretty much. They're just like, I post them from Twitch to YouTube, and then add like a thumbnail, a title, some timestamps, and then, you know, there you go. That about covers what I do for the VODs there. Takes a bit of work. Yeah. Also, it means that they don't disappear, because Twitch VODs, they expire after like 2 months, unfortunately. So that's why a lot of VODs, you know, the older ones, they don't exist anymore. And we'll never know, like, you know, entire whole playthroughs. Like, there was a point where I played through, like, in the early days, the first couple playthroughs were stuff like, Paper Mario and Banjo-Kazooie when they came out on N64 Online. Those are all gone. Not a trace of them left. When I did, like, I did, at one point, I did Donkey Kong Country Returns, and also, Donkey Kong Country Returns and Super Paper Mario in tandem, doing a world of one, and then a world of the other, and doing, like, 2 worlds of each per stream. And, all those VODs are gone, you know. I don't think there were even clips of them that existed. You know, they're just lost to the wind. This world has a split here. I sort of decided on a split because these 2 levels have, like, extenuating circumstances where I think that it would be fair and cool. They'll just let you just play one of them. This one, if you rush, it can get really difficult. It's a level where the tide goes up and down, and while I did try to design it such that, that you can progress when the tide is up or down by doing some stuff, like, in this case, for instance, you don't need to use the... You don't need to go down there if you just jump across the gap. That must be disappointing. Yeah, when I realized it, that it was all gone, I was really disappointed. The thing that really got me, the real thing that really, like, bummed me out the most was, like, oh man, I decided on, at, like, kind of an inconvenient time, because the VOD that had just, disappeared. Thank you. Background aesthetics are meant to show you, like, how far up the muck goes. When I started archiving the VODs, I did it, like, at a time where, like, there were some VODs for one playthrough series, but not all of them, right? There was, there were a few missing, then, from my, my Link Between Worlds playthrough. There's, like, 2 VODs of that missing, which was kind of a shame. That whole, like, 4th of July week, that was just, like, right on the precipice of, like, being archived. Had a bunch of good streams that I would have loved to have, kept around. But, you know, hey, whatever. Honestly, it's probably not that big of a deal. Probably not a lot of people going back and watching year-old VODs of little old mine. Especially because I do stream, like, probably 10 hours, more than 10 hours a week, you know? That's a lot to get through for anyone, you know? If you were being, like, weirdly completionist about it, you know? I say weirdly. If you were being completionist about it. There's more than enough already on the thing, and on YouTube in general. But, part of me just goes like, yeah, but for posterity, you know? This level is a puzzle level. It's a ghost house. Wherein you go through these rooms repeatedly, and you sort of have to solve puzzles to get through. The puzzle, get into the next door. That's consistently the next puzzle, and, you know, you have to solve it. In this case, this room, you know, it's a big loop. I mean, I guess I should say. You know, let's talk this through logically. You get to here and go like, oh no, I can't get up here. What do I do? The arrow, though, it tells you to just keep going. And, spoilers, but that is what you should do. Just keep going. We're gonna go through here. And you're gonna get this place where there's some springs. And, turns out what you can do is quite obvious. You can just, take a spring and bring it forward. And, once you loop around, you're in this room again, but you have a spring. Looky here, you can just, place it down and get up. That gives you the key as well. This level can be a little long to get through, so that's why I made it a choice with the other one, which can be a little hard to get through, conversely. Goody! Now there's a separate, object thing in the second half. You see here, you can go through that door once you can. But also, hey, there's a secret thing down here. Little secret for you. Now this loop, you can see there, you have to get down there and get that bomb sorted out. How do you do that? Well, the first step is in this room here. Originally, I think there was one more room here that was in the rotation. But that was overkill, I found. Ooh. That was overkill. That was one room too many. Need to simplify, and I think this version is a lot better for it. You know, and it's fun to shoot things with the cannon helmet. You know, it's got good gameplay, just by virtue of these power-ups being fun to use. You know, in their own unique ways. This level, this world, I wanted it to be pretty out there, and to take a lot of chances, and to do weird things. I think that each of these levels is a little weird and unusual in its own way. This one, I feel like, does a good job of surprising you, you know? Like, oh shit, you're gonna have to go down from here. Probably a lot of people thought they would just jump into that hole, but instead they go down to the area they were in previously, and, you know, with that, they can go over here. Beautiful. Now there's one final sequence, which I think this is a little bit unique. This is a reverse Squeals on Wheels. Now, going back up through the level, you follow a bullet bill up the rest of the way. And if you lose it or die or lose your thing, you can use reset doors to bring it back to health, by the way. Your level has twists, but it isn't evil. It's a ghost house. That's a ghost. That's the nature of a ghost house, basically. And I also combined it with a little bit of Squeals on Wheels. I wanted to make a quintessential ghost house for my super world, and you know, that's exactly what this is. Last full-on level. The fifth level of this of each of those of most of the super world levels is like a shorter one. Well, in the case of worlds, 5 of the worlds. This is actually the last short level in the super world, coming after this one. But this one right here is a full ass level. This is Unmoored Mines 4 Grave Gauntlet. This is an auto-scroller. The only auto-scroller in the super world, really. Excluding platform levels from that consideration. For the upper half, I use custom scroll and tried to make it so that it's you know, relatively easy to keep on track and keep on top of the auto scroll, but also be a little bit you know, I wanted to make sure that you're not like just waiting for the screen to scroll at any given point, that you're just constantly on your toes and moving fast. Pretty cool. And then check this shit out. Ready for this? The second half is upside down. It's an upside down, full speed auto-scroller. Which was my way of making it so that it was a little more interesting, a little more harrowing, and like, keeps you a little more on your toes. If this was right side up, this would be very easy. Some of these jumps even are just like the most simple thing in the world, like jump over a spiny. But because here, you're upside down, it's a little bit scary. Also, you got these, like, toggle jumps where, like, as you're jumping over these things, they toggle, which I thought was really fun and evil to make the player have to deal with. One final evil trick here in this level. One final evil trick, platforming above the screen. I make the player platform upside down over the screen. Ooh, this is fun. Fun in the sense of, like, it was fun to make players do this, I think. You know. Sufficiently evil. And, finally return here, except this time, instead of going down into the pipe, you proceed to the exits. Beautiful. That's a beautiful level.
You made it.
I'll tell you, some of these levels took forever to break out. Because I had this high concept idea. I wanted to do a minecart inspired auto-scroller, you know? And how the fuck do you do that? Took weeks to really break out and really just ideas bouncing around the back of my head until I came up with the right answer, which is a phenomenal level. Final level here. This is a 20-second level with the clear condition. Get through without taking damage. It's a swimming level. Sort of froggery, actually. Damn it! And we'll use the lives count. Your levels take a couple hours or days. Yeah, I know. My creative process is a bit, it takes time for my ideas to come together and for me to figure out, like, what I want to do. And once I do, it does result in some levels that I am, like, incredibly proud of. So yeah, you see there, because the exit was blocked out by piranha plants, you needed the star to get through unscathed. Takes you a long time. Yeah. And I'll say with my current levels, my recent levels, which are in World 8, they have taken a while as well. There's just one more world to do this way that is, like, fully complete. That'll be next stream. I'll go through World 7, which is the Koopaverse, as it's called. Obviously, World 8 will not be done in time to, like, do World 8 as a whole thing. Though, I will say, this level is coming along a good ways. The first half is looking pretty cool. This is Ripsaw Rainbow, you know? And I really love how the big rainbows and the little rainbows sort of tie together, make a pretty cohesive theme that is, you know, has solids as well as semi-solids. Solids, pretty fucking important. You can't just have it all be semi-solids. But the second half is just, I need to break it out. I need to figure out things I like. I know I like this part. I know this part is perfect. I know I like this part. I know this part is perfect. I think I want to fill a few blue lift rides. And I think I also want to do something in the subworld. You know, use some more space in the subworlds. You build levels on Thursdays and Saturdays. If only I could be that regimented. I usually do it as inspiration hits. And a lot of times it's like late at night. It's like inspiration will hit at like 3 a.m. or something, and I'll just have to like jot something down real fast and hopefully, or just pull out the game and just do it then and there. I don't know when that level's gonna be done, but we'll see. Anyway, that is last call. I'm gonna go ahead and close the queue. Mr. Hogg, confirmed beforehand, is good for it. Let's go ahead and play the next level. YBYJRF. Wiggler's Bounce House. Very good. Here we go, Mr. Hogg. We're going. This seems like pretty doable, pretty reasonable. I like it. Fuck! Okay, this seems pretty reasonable. Okay, this seems pretty reasonable, pretty... Reasonable, doable, let's go! Shouldn't give us that much trouble, I do declare. Whoa! That was a new one. That was a new one. We have one try left, sorry. Whoops, fuck. At least it was funny. I'm gonna clip that later, I'm sure. You know, sometimes stuff happens and you go like, oh yeah, but I should have looked before I leapt. And you know I'm gonna clip that once I get around to it. I'm really behind on clips though. I'm like 2 months behind on like clipping up older streams. Turns out it takes a while to go through every stream you've ever done and pull out clips. But I do that, and I post them on the Discord. Which, hey, there's a Discord if you like that, so you can get notifications there on that there Discord. Thank you for the level, Mr. Hogg. Opt-in notifications on the Discord. It's pretty nice. And also a few, like, channels that you might chat in if you like. It's not that busy, not that active, but, you know, hey. Alerts, schedule updates, they happen there. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Hogg. I appreciate it. I'm happy to see that. Always like to see a follow. How many are we at? 529 right now, according to the app. Nearly 530. 530, you see. Recently got 500. That was like a month or two ago. That was good. 2 months ago, really, I think. Pretty steady rate of growth, the channel. At least on the Twitch. YouTube doesn't grow as fast. You know, what can you do? I will say now with the YouTube, I am, like, recording separately and uploading that, which means that the intros are, like, it's not just the unadulterated VOD that includes all the breaks in full. So it's a little bit trimmed down, so that should be good for YouTube going forward, but, the content, I will say the YouTube VODs, they do get views, so, you know, hey. And I do see likes coming in on occasion, so, you know, hey, could be, you know, it's I'm happy with it, you know, hey, whatever. Next up is Burrito Fun. Burrito Fun, please confirm. I'm gonna @ you, Burrito Fun. You are up. Your 7-1 is Seesaw Bluffs. Ghost House is Rooftop Frights is your 7 Ghost House. 7-2 is Bouncy Cloud Bonsai. 7 Castles Ludwig's. Yeah. I'm gonna put up the emote showcase while I type in the code. Oh right, shit. I should probably make it so that the code thing is above the emote showcase. I don't know if that makes sense, though, from like an order perspective. Let's go ahead and type this in. I think Twitch is doing like a new clip discovery thing, which does make it valuable to have clips, but I think it might be specific for vertical clips, so they have to be like vertically oriented, which, man, I just really don't like that thing. I don't like the idea of like recutting clips to be vertical. That's just, I don't know, something about like the TikTok-ification of social media just really rubs me the wrong way. And I am very, very like hesitant to Burrito fan did not confirm, so that's we're sudden death until such time as Burrito fan does say something. Also, I thought doable. We'll get to it next time. Burrito fan, if you are here, do speak up and I'll do 3 more lives, as you know how this works. But, best say so now. Oh. I'll say, by the way, with the, I showed the schedule earlier, talked about the, about how Wings of Liberty, the first of the StarCraft campaigns, ends on Monday. I will say I do have plans to do the other 2 campaigns, but the way I want to intersperse it is to do, like, Twilight Princess, Heart of the Swarm, and then another game, and then Legacy of the Void. So sort of, like, separate the StarCraft campaigns by one other playthrough. In this case, it's going to be Twilight Princess. And since we did Wind Waker previously, I was thinking maybe we do Skyward Sword as the 3rd one, you know, as like a set. That said, I don't really love Skyward Sword as much, and there's a lot of bloat in that game. That might be weird to stream. That might not be the most pleasant one to stream, but it would complete the set. After we do Legacy of the Void, I think, like, after that, I want to do, like, 100% Mario Odyssey, which I haven't done since that game came out. Like, getting all 900 whatever, or, you know, moons. So, I think that'd be a really fun one to do as a whole prolonged feature. I don't see, Burrito fun, so let's go ahead and get the next level up. Andy, hey, Andy, you got one in. 1 second, I gotta go to the bathroom now, actually, for real. Little break, real quick. Back in a minute, folks. You struggled to get into Skyward? I've gotten through most of Skyward. When it came out on Switch, I did replay most of it, but the ending, like the last third of the game, the last dungeon, and all the filler there, was just really hard to get through. I'm gonna take a quick break. Be back in a minute. For the VOD, it'll seem like 6 seconds, so don't worry if you're watching the VOD. The break will be over quickly. Hey, hey. We are back. Hello. Oh. 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 At, you know, to the VOD, you know, the YouTube VOD, watching it later. People watching it after the fact, that was like 6 seconds. Probably a bit longer for the folks at home. Oh. No. Didn't include any cheap trolls. Okay, cool. Let's see what it is. Let's do it. Andy Whitmire. DMS. 8PF. Alright, let's go. Scaling Koopa's castle. That's it? Very nice. Sneak through Bowser's castle. Next up, we got Zymithra's world to finish off the world that we're in. Cool. I like when we can end on, like, a good stopping point. I love good stopping points. Don't y'all? Good, natural stopping points. That's goes without saying is my favorite thing in the world as far as, like, As far as, like, things I like to hold myself to. Ooh, hey, hey, hey. Okay, good. There was a block. Hidden block there. I was worried it might be, like, broken after that thing broke. Gotten through nice and clean. We lost a few power-ups, but getting through nice and good. This is a good-ass traditional level. You said it was a bit long. I was worried you meant that it was like a little bit on the trolley side or like a puzzle weird side. But this is just a good-ass traditional level. I like it. I also appreciate, hey, I appreciate the restraint of using just that guy. Is there gonna be like an actual... Oh, there's probably an actual boss to come, isn't there? You don't see that much Boom Boom these days. Since the Koopa kids sort of supplanted him. But Boom Boom's a not bad boss. He has a really fast invulnerability phase, which makes him a little bit less annoying to fight than any of his more advanced like cousins. The fight is faster. We run here. Jump. Oh, that's nice. That felt good. I like that. With just jumping over the Bowser, that felt good. I was expecting a Koopaling, and instead I got like a classic Super Mario Bros. 1 style, just get past the Bowser. Except that it's an easy version of that. Like, that was kind of effortless. Great shit. Yeah, thumbs up. Full marks, all that. Not that I am judging people's levels strictly, unless they want feedback, in which case I'll give it, but I really like that level. I have nothing to say against it. It had its own, like, feel to it as well. You have, like, a distinct style of making, which I always think is good in a maker, right? That your levels aren't quite what someone else would do. They're different in ways. Idiosyncratic, slightly. In, like, how you manage, like, space and enemies and all that. Power-ups, etc. Idiosyncrasies. Idiosyncrasies. Is that how you say that? Idiosyncrasies? Whatever. Last level of the night here by not by Lord Bowser, but by another fella. And Lord Bowser is submitting it on their behalf, or, you know, on account of it being a really good level. Idiosyncrasies. There you go. Words are hard sometimes, you understand. The one thing I'll say, Lord Bowser, about this super world, too many auto-scrollers. I feel like you should be more restrained in use of auto-scrolling. Auto-scrolling is good in like a reserved amount. But like a lot of the levels make use of some sort of regular ass scroll. And I'll say, like, this level, I am having to keep on my toes, but also if I could just run right, I would just run right. I'm being prevented from running right. But we were able to get through it in one go, which, hey, that's all I want, you know. Here, the goal must be to hit the switch multiple times. These on-offs. Subsequent, no, that's not the word. A minimum amount of times without dying. These bullet bills will help us get out, but not so easily. Ooh, this is a cool boss fight, I'll agree with that. Gotta be like a power up here, right? Or do you get one when you go in? There we go. Yeah, it's a good setup. Fuck! 3 tries left. I would never boo a level, personally. Bowser was saying that, I don't mean to rat you out, Bowser, but Bowser was saying that, like, one of the levels was so hard in the Super World that he did, quote-unquote, have to boo it. Couldn't be me. I don't have to boo anything. I feel like, unless you're making, like, a fuck you level that you want to be booed, and, you know, people pretty explicitly want to be booed in those cases, I feel like using the boo is, I don't know. No honor in it. I would never. Personally. Okay, good. We recovered the mushroom, and also we hit on-off to boot while we were up there. Brilliant. This is a good, well-designed boss, I'll say. Really like how it all feels. It can be a little hard to, like, wait between mushrooms. Yeah. But, killer. You find the boo useful in Endies? Ah, well, maybe that's the thing. I don't play the endless modes. I'm more interested in the, well, I mostly just get levels from people. You know? Before I, did, you know, the streams, I mostly got levels from, like, Reddit and shit. And like, never did the endless modes, ever. So, that's really not, my use case. I guess there's, like, low-effort ones that are just, like, a bunch of shit strewn all over the place with no thought put into it, where, yeah, you probably want people to boo those so that they get more of the ones that are actually composed, right? Hey, we got through with 1 fucking life. How about that? There we go. I got lucky. I used skill, man. That was all skill. Luck got nothing to do with it. Maybe a little bit of luck, I don't know. I think that was pretty skillful. Wasn't I big? Was I big? That means I had a mushroom, so I was safe. I could have taken a hit. Yeah, look at me, I'm big. Look, big Luigi down there. I was big, I could have taken a hit. Luck's got nothing to do with it. Skill. Skill. That is the last level of the night. Go ahead and, get that maker bar out of there. Also get the lightning round out of there, because we are done. Hey, that's a stream. About 4 hours, 10 minutes, roundabout. Less on the VOD, probably, so probably around 4 hours on the VOD. It's pretty good. Pretty good length for a Friday stream. I do think the Friday streams have gotten longer, last, like, 6 months or so in general. Maybe should try to reel them back in a bit. But also I come in with, like, so many things to talk about. The cards are really what pushed the stream out to be more than 3 hours, I would say. It was fun. It was a fun stream. I think, you know, if so long as we're doing long streams, we'd probably have the lightning round be at the 2-hour mark and not the 1-hour mark like I used to do. I think we got the timing right now for when the lightning round should start with the current stream length. Anyway, let me pull up the schedule, which you know, you can follow on YouTube and follow, you know, 24 hours behind, or follow here on Twitch. You can subscribe on YouTube and see VODs like a day after, roughly, or subscribe here or follow here on Twitch. You can subscribe for money here on Twitch as well if you like. Very, very good emotes. And you will see the next stream, which will be, let me tell you when the next stream is. It's Monday, 8 p.m. Central, replaying StarCraft 2, Wings of Liberty. It's the final 4 missions, I believe. We got 4 missions left of that game. Probably will take like 2 or 3 hours. Maybe 4, I don't know. Those missions might be longer than any other missions in the game. They're probably harder than any other missions in the campaign. They're the final missions, for fuck's sake. We'll see how long that takes, but that'll be the last stream of StarCraft, Wings of Liberty, the first campaign. After that, I reckon I will be taking a break for like the subsequent Monday, and then Twilight Princess HD will follow as the next playthrough after that point. Thursday will be something. I don't have any ideas yet, but you know me, I'm full of stream ideas. I can come up with something. I have like an idea for the worst stream idea in the world, which is that it would just be a stream of me going through old VODs and picking out things to be clipped and making clips. That'd be the worst stream ever. Like, what the fuck? Way too meta. And just me going like, okay, that was a funny moment. Let's clip that up. Let's find the perfect start time, the perfect end time. Should we include this sentence, the part where I say like, fuck, one last time, or is it better without the last fuck? You know, and what's a good name for that? Well, we can't use fuck because it's not allowed. We can't use curses in Twitch clips. What about, I really thought I had it? Or so close. That could be a stream, but that sounds like a really bad idea, so probably not. We'll see. I'll come up with something better by Thursday. I'm pretty sure. Maybe we'll just do like Paper Mario Randomizer or something. You like the idea though, even if it's weird? I do like a bad idea. Like that's part of, if you read the Twitch bio, it does say I'm a Mario Maker streamer full of bad ideas, so you know, that is probably the worst idea I've had. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt. Let me see who is streaming tonight. I see that Team Kayla is streaming. Hey, let's raid Team Kayla. Team Kayla is a very cool streamer. She's great. She is starting Baldur's Gate on PlayStation 5. I haven't seen any Baldur's Gate. I've been kind of curious what the fuck it looks like. Let's do that. Let me see, make sure that there's no Dan stream on. No, not tonight. Dang, I was really hoping that Dan Reichert would be back at it tonight. Well, Kayla, Team Kayla is Dan's sister, like half-sister, you know. And she is great, and I like to watch her stuff, and I bet it'll be a hell of a Friday night over on her channel. I will see y'all on Monday to finish off StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty. I will see y'all then. It'll be at 8 p.m. Central and probably go for a few hours then. There'll be something on Thursday. I don't know what. And if you're looking for viewer levels, it will always be on Fridays, 6 p.m. Central. Yeah. Bye, folks. Additional streams are possible on Win. I have no whims right now. I think this will be what it happens. Bye. You have a good rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Monday for StarCraft 2, the finale, Wings of Liberty, the first campaign thereof. Bit of a word salad there, but you understand. Bye, folks.